good morning, and welcome back. Let's see if we get a repeat. Nope, but Coach Ricks is here. welcome back to Rise and Shine College Football. If you're not awake now after all that, I wonder if you'll ever wake up again. Uh, welcome into the show, everybody. What a deal. Groundhog Day indeed, chicken. Groundhog Day indeed. Welcome to the show, Coach Ricks. Are we just
What's
getting you
going
on the
on, buddy?
phone?
What's going on?
What's up, my guy? Did you miss that first part of that?
Man, I was like, what the hell did you love hearing yourself talk?
No, that was weird. Weird, wild stuff.
Yeah, man. It happens sometimes.
It does. It does indeed. Good morning, Jen Kane, David Whitehead, Chicken, R Moosehead, T Boomer. What's up, everybody? Sooner Brandon, thank you for coming in. Brandon. Who else we got? Ryman Lemon, my man. Appreciate you guys for all coming in. And that was funny. I hope somebody, I'll have a recording of it. So might just have to put that on a blooper reel. That was pretty funny shit. Glad everybody's in here for this Monday morning call-in show. We're going to have some call-ins here in just a little bit and have some of you guys give us a call. Tell us what you think about everything that is going on with your Oklahoma Sooners, which ain't good. It ain't good. It's about as bad as my introduction there a few minutes ago there, Coach.
Hey, I was talking about this last night, man, with someone, is that I'm really looking forward to seeing how we do this week. Maybe the confidence will get back to some of the guys, and hopefully we'll get some guys back as well.
It would be cool, right? It would be cool, right? Yeah, everybody. And that's what we're going to do. A little venting doesn't hurt anybody. I actually have a column that's coming out. I worked on it quite a while, man. I need to get somebody to give it an edit before I send it out. So I may send it to old Coach Ricks here in a few minutes. Have him take a look.
All right.
But yeah, it's wrote a column about it. Kind of about the same stuff I was talking about the other day. Just that indecisiveness and on the part of Coach Venables. And look, man, I think he's the guy for the job. I really do. But we got to see that same confidence from him that you get whenever he's calling defense, you know?
I think if people saw him going crazy on the sidelines and, throwing his headset on things going wrong, maybe they'll see how dedicated he is to getting everything turned around. I think by him being stagnant and calm and collective, it's sending the wrong message to people that he isn't the guy, which I think he is the guy. If you get rid of Brent Venables, you're going to go back 5-6 years. Then the offense is going to be terrible and the defense is going to be terrible.
Right. I agree. I think look, I can't even imagine that it's not, I don't know. It's just, like I said, I feel like, that one sequence there in the third quarter where it's 4th down and 4. I'm not saying you need to go for it there, but to me, and I mean, this is kind of the way I put it in the column here. Just kind of give you guys a little sneak peek of that. The way I looked at it was, it's a critical situation. It's not complex though. It's critical if you go for it and you don't get it. But here's the deal: who cares if you don't get it? You know what I mean? At least at that moment, at least you are showing that you're not afraid to make the move. You're losing anyway. What's the difference? If the choice is to punt, you could have done that. And hell, you could have even done that and gotten a 5-yard penalty out of it. Go ahead and take the delay of game if you're going to punt. Just don't call a timeout and then come back out there with the punt team.
That's what sucks.
Yeah.
That sends the wrong message that you're undecided on what you want to do, and that's when time management comes in. At least go out there and try to do a hard count. You might get 5 yards, but just don't go out there and do what he did. That just makes it look unorganized.
Mm. No, that's what I mean. You know, I don't think that you call timeout there. I think that if anything, it doesn't matter if you're punting from the 30 or punting for the 25. In fact, you might even be giving your punter a little more leg room to stretch it out and get him, pin him back. Whatever it is, do it with confidence. You know what I mean? Do it with some confidence. Even if and let's say, okay, if you did intend to go for it, and I mean, again, I'm not telling you that that's what you should do there, but if that's the decision that you're coming up with, get the best play that Joe John has for that situation. It's a 4th and 4. Get the best play he thinks he has for it and send it out with confidence. Go get the sucker and try to end this. Right now you're down at that moment. You're down 2 scores. You're trying to go down and get within 1. Who's going to blame you for making that move? And I get what you're saying here, Ryman Lemon, that no matter what he does in this situation, it'll be viewed as, yeah, okay, well, you're talking about all over. It'll be viewed as the wrong reaction. Sooner fans are accustomed to 8+ win seasons. Anything less is a systemic failure. Yeah, well, I mean, that all started with, the hire. But I'm just talking about, in this game, Oklahoma just needs something to be proud of at the moment. Even in just that play, you send a different message, I guess. Good morning, Kimberly K. Welcome into the show. Good to see everybody in here. As I said a minute ago, look, and again, I don't want to sit here and get you guys thinking that I'm saying I want him gone, because I don't. I think he's the guy. I just think that you have to. This is the time that we've talked about this a lot over the season, right, Coach? That it's a learning curve to be a head coach. And we know that you haven't been a head coach for all this time, but in year 3, you can't be having some of the same mistakes, right? You can't be having the same silly stuff that we've done in the past. Hey, good to see you in here as always. Mars Jams, Bishop Frank, what's up? Our Moosehead, T Boomer, my man. Who else we got? Mac. Yeah, listen, we can do all this all you want to. Indiana coach turned that program around in 1 year. Just saying. Okay, well, guess what? This ain't Indiana. It ain't the Big Ten. I know everybody wants to think the Big Ten is the same as the SEC. It ain't. And he hasn't played any of those big dogs yet. Let's see what happens when he plays Ohio State. Let's see what happens when he plays Oregon. Okay. Let's not act like it's the same shit, because it isn't. And on top of that, the expectations aren't the same. Can say the offense was moving the ball better. See what a better play caller would do for us. I agree. I think that, and this is something we talked about the other night too. Are you still with me, Coach Riggs? Hello. You might be busy with work. Just pop back in if you. Well, wait. I think I may have a message from him. All right. I don't know if you. Coach, you there? Nope. He gone. All right. He'll pop back in a second, I'm sure. All right. It hasn't won anything Indiana. See, this is what I'm saying. Yep. Run game was nice. Helped JFN in the first half. And look, Jackson looked a lot better. Looked like he knew what he was doing. He knew what the plan was. It looked like there had been some kind of communication going on within the program, within the offensive meeting rooms. They were all on the same page. Now, the second half lacked adjustments. It lacked a ability to. It felt like it lacked in the ability to be able to. Well, third downs was bad, real bad, right? So, you with us there, Coach?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're good. I just didn't know if you popped out. If you need to pop out, just let me know, man, or whatever. But
No, it just muted me for some reason. I don't know why.
Man, ain't no telling, man. They got some wacky shit going on this morning on this stream. We're
Hey,
remixing it.
Can I answer one of these questions that Mac had earlier about Indiana's coach?
Yep, that's what I was just talking about.
What I was going to say is, no coach has dealt with his top 6 receivers being out. No coach has dealt with actually 2 freshman quarterbacks pretty much. Jackson, yes, 2 or 3 games, 3 or 4 games, but he's still still a sophomore or freshman if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
All these, you can't compare teams who they played versus who Oklahoma played. You can't compare opponents and teams. It just doesn't work like that. We can sit here and say that, but we just can't do it. I think that you're holding your team together with super glue, tape, and duct tape.
Yeah.
Because everyone's hurt. Now, when these guys come back.
Yeah, and that may not be this year, man. I mean, let's just be real. We don't know what's going to happen. And on top of that, just what I just said is this ain't the Big Ten, and they haven't played anybody in the Big Ten that's worth the shit. The best team they've played was Nebraska. They beat the brakes off of them, but we haven't seen them play anybody big time yet. Who have they played?
Nobody.
I get it. You talk about the Big Ten, they're the big dog, blah, blah, blah. They ain't shit. What has anybody in that league done aside from Michigan last year when they won it? The SEC's won 7 out of 11. 7 out of 11. And I'm just saying, and I get what you're saying, Mac. I'm not busting your balls. I'm just telling you, we're going to go back and forth with this, and I'm good with you guys. In fact, this is why we're having the call-in show. I want you to call in and make your points, but just realize that I'm going to make them right back. We're going to continue saying these things. Didn't who just take OSU to the wire? Oh, Nebraska? Yeah. Sun shines on a dog's ass some days there, Mac.
I love it. I love the passion that the fans have. It just shows that they're real passionate about their teams. It's the ones that don't say anything that I'm worried about.
True. Look, man, again, and I'll just say this about Nebraska. But maybe they just had a bad day that day. I don't know. But we expect Matt Rule to do something, don't we? I mean, you should. He took over at a crazy time at Baylor and immediately got them to prominence again. Immediately. So, I mean, this is a guy that won at fucking Temple. So, I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Why are we playing 26 still? And for the love of God, play Caden Helms. Sharp ain't it. Can't help but question BV and his executive decision. Listen, you're not wrong, Derek. And welcome into the show too. I appreciate all you guys saying this. In fact, call in. You know, you guys can call in. The number's right there at the bottom of the screen. Now make sure that when you call in, you got to give your name because I got to make sure who it is so I don't get nothing crazy going. You don't screw it with my channel. I know nobody in here would do that, but you never know who might be lurking around. Outlaws and in-laws and whatever, you know.
Isn't 26 Kanai Walker?
Kanai, yes.
Yeah, he's not a corner.
They picked on his ass.
Yes. They got to put Eli Bowen ass in or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Eli's in. He's not coming out, but you know, it's time for Makari. You know, Makari Vickers, Jacoby Johnson. I mean, you know, Jacoby, they wanted to move his ass to receiver. We still don't see him in the game. And they picked on Kanai the whole second half. The whole second half. It didn't matter where he was. Whoever was running routes in his area the ball was coming at them. You would torch Kanai, Derek? Maybe so. I don't know that I would. I'm a little slow. But the problem is with Kanai is that he doesn't have his head turned around. It's one of those DBs that, and this is a bad look. You know those DBs that don't ever look at the ball. They're just watching the player the whole way. You know, it's not a great look for Oklahoma. No, And I like Kanai, but no, he's not. I think he looked really good at certain times, but he hasn't lately. Here's how I look at it. BV came in here and had Jeff. The offense was good. He made a bad hire with a bunch of players hurt. He will bring in an OC and be back on top. Shit happens. I can't call him today. Okay. No worries. Well, and I'll say this. I agree with that. Now, the one thing it's easy for us to sit here and just pan every little thing, but here's the deal. You can't use a blanket to cover up all of this stuff, right? Especially when, look, that first half looked like there was some organization there. Looked like there was some execution. They had practiced it a little bit. They had seen certain things on film. Maybe they had a script. Whatever it was more preparation than what we've seen, and certainly more moving the ball. I mean, that first half, you had the scoring drive right after they scored the first touchdown, and you're like, uh-oh. But they come down and put together a scoring drive, or what would have been a scoring drive. Of course, you had Sharp drop a ball. I would have probably took the 3 there. But then they come back and they score on that next time around. Look, it was big and it was important, right? That's just all there is to it.
We're having a hard time scoring points. So anytime we can get 3, you got to take it.
Yeah, I think so too. Again, I think that there's certain times, but that's the game management stuff. That's another thing that kind of falls back on Coach V. Now, I will say this, that the fact that you go for it there, and even though they had a blitz on, he threw it at the blitzer, which is what we've talked about a bunch, Coach. Throw where the blitzer's coming from. He did that. The ball's in Tim's breadbasket, and he just dropped it, man. He was covered up pretty good. But you got to catch that ball if it hits you there.
I've always been a lot of damn football. Ball hits your hands, you're supposed to catch it.
It is. And it didn't just hit his hands, it hit his belly too. The 2-play triple fumble is clown football. Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it? Now, see that it wasn't it the third quarter still into the third, more of the third quarter there? Yeah, I think that was emblematic of the problem, really, all over the whole thing. It's a look. His hesitation was really kind of encapsulated by that whole thing right there. He also hesitated to first do anything about what was going on with the offensive coaches, staff, whatever the hell was happening in there in the Switzer Center. And believe me, you guys, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know everything word for word that was going on in that building, because I don't. I know there was enough shit going around that it's reached every corner of the country to every Sooner fan that something wasn't right in there. And if we know that, you bet your ass Brent knows it.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
There might be a lot more that we don't know that's going on in there.
I'm sure there was. Listen, I don't even want to know everything that was going on. It's not even for us to know.
No.
But that's what you have to do. And look, man, that's what I'm saying. That happens way too often, and we have to burn in timeout. We shouldn't have to. Yes, think about last year in the Okie Light game. Same shit.
Jason, you want to know something, man?
Yeah.
This is my take on that. What side of the defense does Brent trust wholeheartedly? Defense.
Of course.
Because everybody that's on that defense is someone that he brought in that has proven themselves.
Okay.
I'm like you. If Brent invests the same amount of effort he did to bring that defensive staff in, if he does it on the offensive side, OU's going to be good for a long period of time.
This is the point. That's exactly right. Because look, you need it, and he didn't do that. At the very least, it didn't appear that he did that, because it didn't take long for them to just elevate those two guys. Not only that, but to elevate. Why would you elevate Joe John anyway? If that's not the direction you wanted to go in. So you're probably telling me that was, maybe it was Jackson Arnold and his parents. I don't know. Sounds like it probably was. Right? So they wanted it to be something to do with Levy's offense, or he's not staying. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, then damn it, go ahead and do it. What's up,
exactly?
Sooner in Texas. Go ahead and make the move to Joe John. I think that, I don't know that anybody would have loved it, but at least if you're preaching continuity at that point, because that's what he was doing, then you just go do it. But I think it was clearly, you should have really sat down and had some people come pitch you. I know that there was,
At least
I know that Koltanecki was thinking about it, or somebody was reaching out to him. There was an opportunity to get him last year before he ever went to Penn State. I think it at least, and if you get him then, you don't have to pay as much as you're going to have to pay to get him now. Yeah. Because look at what Penn State's doing. They haven't moved the damn football in 3 years. And now? Fired whose ass this morning?
There were a lot of other names, Jason, that wanted that position as well. But sometimes do you think that Brent didn't want a distraction? Yeah. Bringing in someone else to run the offense?
I don't care. I think that you have the trust of people when you do that, right?
Yes.
You have the trust of your fan base at the moment when you say, okay, look, he just won 10 games. The season didn't end the way we wanted it to. You know, we didn't get into the Big 12 championship game and have a chance at the playoff like we probably should have. Had some injuries on the defensive side of the ball that hurt us. Had some kind of shitty situational play calling going on in a couple of games from Levy. Overall, it was a really positive year for the offense. They were top 3 in the country. You know, top 5 in the country. So to me, who got fired? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that on.
Roof got fired already?
Yeah.
Holy shit, they're blaming it on Ted Roof. It didn't even take very long, huh? Yeah, but it didn't. Listen, man, that's not what hurt the defense last year, though. The fact is that by last year, they still didn't have enough guys. They didn't have enough Jimmys and Joes, folks. You know that. And the other thing, which one of you folks thinks that Ted Roof was running shit last year?
He wasn't.
Because you know better. Come on.
He was a ploy.
Oh, that's true. Rob says that November 9 game was supposed to be a game between possible SEC contenders. Now it's Mizzou and OPU. That's pretty funny. Mm-hmm.
I still feel like OU's going to win that ball game.
OU's going to win that damn game. They have to, man. They better. They damn better. I don't know. Maybe you do end up with a couple of players back at that point. I don't know. And if Brady Cook isn't back, they look bad. They haven't looked great with him. They look like shit without him.
Here's the thing: if you're Roof and everything, Cook and everything, is that if you come back, you came back for your senior season,
yeah,
and now the way it's going, and so now you got to start worrying about your draft stock.
Mm-hmm.
Start worrying about the NFL because it's a business decision now. So I don't know if that's going to be something that he takes into consideration before he comes back or not. I don't know.
Well, I don't know, man. The dude left the hospital and went and got back a game. got back in the Auburn game the week before. So I think it's pretty clear what he cares about. And I don't know that coming back or not coming back is really going to change anything. What's up there, Mike Crossland? But it's, okay, for as far as Stutz and Bowman, is it horrible for him? I don't know about that. Because I think Stutz had a third, fourth round grade last year. He's probably going to end up with a second, at worst, third round grade this year from coming back. He could be an All-American. He's leading. He's one of the leading tacklers in the country. Yeah, it'd be good if Dominic Williams comes back. I think, listen, I don't think that anybody's going to be – Dominic Williams can't hurt himself coming back. You know what I mean? I don't think that unless you had catastrophic type of injury kind of deal. So I get what you guys are saying, but here's the one side of it that you have to look at, and this is why it's good to have BV, because it's not just about money and not just about, what's going to happen next. Now, the NFL has always got to be a deal, but if you got an opportunity, look, Stutzman didn't have to come back. He would have been in the league. He would be playing right now. Same with Billy. They didn't have to come back. They may raise their draft stock. It may not, but the thing is, either way, I don't see it hurting them unless you end up with a catastrophic injury, and they're all got insurance for that shit.
Well, you have a lot of guys in the NFL that are former defensive players for OU that's playing well.
Yeah.
So trust me, Billy and Stutzman, they're not hurting their draft stat.
I don't think they hurted their
They're not. They're not. These NFL players, these NFL owners, they know what they're seeing. They know how the game is played.
Correct. You've seen guys that are hurt for the whole senior season that killed it, that still go first round or whatever. If they really believe in who you are and what you are, you're going to be fine. That's a bunch of bullshit most of the time when people are, I want, to protect my draft and all that, blah, blah, blah. I will say this. The only ones that I tell you that it's a mistake when you don't do it, Landry Jones. You were a first rounder, and then you came back for your senior year, and you turned into a fourth rounder. Bad deal. When you get that first round grade, get the fuck out. You got to go.
Get out.
That's what you have to do. You got to get the fuck on them. But aside from that, I don't have a problem with these guys hanging around. So, and sometimes it is what it is, but and I love Landry to death. He's from, we grew up in the same place. But I just tell you that was not the right move. And I don't think that Bob told his ass to stay. Yeah, here's the other thing. Yes, to be a first round linebacker, you got to be a super freak. You got to be, I don't even think, shit. Mike Singletary, those guys in first round dudes, they just don't go that early.
Nope.
It almost never happens. Landry Jones should have been a Sooner Cowboy. Yeah. His parents were hoping for that. That's why they named him Landry. I don't know. We'll see. Who's saying isn't going to play another game this year? Who's not? Hold on. TP, no. He missed a tackle on the first TD. Okay. He was looking and he's missed. Look, you know why that is? That's not. You cannot expect these guys to be perfect, first and foremost, especially when nobody else is being perfect. The guy that kind of player like he is, sure, you can't expect him. You can't make a bunch of mistakes, but you also cannot be expecting these guys to be perfect, dude. It's not ever going to happen. And on top of that, I'm going to tell you something. When you have an offense that's this trash, which is exactly what it's been, and you've got a guy like Danny Stutzman or Billy Bowman or Ethan, they're going to go out there and try to do things outside of the damn defense of what they're being called to do. I'm not telling you that he's been perfect. I'm not saying that he should be. I agree with what I saw Barry Mack. Mack was talking about. He thinks the best guy on the team is Kip Lewis. I don't disagree. All I would tell you is that doesn't mean Danny isn't that dude. And he's trying his ass off to win every week. And they're probably, him and Billy are probably doing things a little. What's up there, Marcus? I was trying to get you in here. I sent you a link. These guys are trying to do as much as they can do to help their team win because shit, the offense isn't getting it done.
If we're going to say that about Oklahoma, we might have to go ahead and say that about Alabama.
Everybody.
Trust me, there are some guys on Alabama that's draft stock was in the first round. After these two losses, that's unprecedented for Alabama fans.
Tell me all about that Texas defense that's everybody's talking so much shit, how great they are. I mean, at home, they got ran over. Shit happens. Doesn't mean they're not really good. They are. We saw it.
And then Vanderbilt moved the ball on them as well.
Benji, you're saying that Burks isn't going to play another game. You trying to get booted or what?
He's going to play.
That's top in the stats Billy had last year, virtually impossible for safety, no doubt. 6 interceptions, 3 of them returned for a touchdown. Come on. Agreed. But that doesn't mean that you can't help yourself. And I think he still has it. Here's the thing. We can look at the little things, but you can look at things that you see out front that, okay, yeah, he blew that tackle. His eye discipline wasn't great, for this play, that play, blah, blah, blah. If it turned into a first down or a touchdown or whatever, yeah, you can do that. What we're not doing is remembering things like that 4th down play against Auburn when he takes on they hadn't stopped that freaking running back all day, and he goes and chops the dude's legs out from under him. And the only dude there, if he doesn't make that play, no, he gets in. He walks in.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah.
To answer Cybercore, even if we had 5 wide receiver starters, the O-line is so bad they don't know who to block. That's false. If you have your 5 top receivers, nobody's blitzing the A and B gap. Nobody is blitzing the way they are because you will give up so many yards.
It's gotten worse, right? It's gotten worse than from when day one, Yeah, no doubt.
No defense fears them going deep. So if I can make you one-dimensional, which OU is one-dimensional right now because not having your 5 best wide receivers, not just receivers, your 5 best wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how stud we are at wide receiver. If I have 5 Jalil Farouks out there, I'm very dangerous. I don't need the offensive line to block that way.
Oh, man.
So just to answer that question for him.
Okay. Why is it not working? Hold up. Let me get it. Hold on there, Bishop Frank. I haven't gotten a call, so. Damn it, man. I haven't even heard these text messages either. Stupid Google Voice. I'm not seeing. Maybe I gave y'all the wrong number. Shit.
Come on now, Jason.
There ain't no way. 395-6642. Is that the number you're calling there, Bishop? 575-395-6642.
I agree.
On.
I agree.
What?
Oh, he was just sad sight to see the sacks.
Yeah, well, and you know what? Something that Gabe pointed out last night too, and I hadn't really thought of it, but only one of them sacks really came in. Actually, there was 6. Okay, because they were counting the sacks. They were tackles for loss whenever he's running the ball, right? That's
Yeah.
what they should be anyway. If they, however they actually count them, he was counting them a certain way. It's either 6 or 9, and that's fine. I get it. But I would say there was only one of them. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Now we got you. Yeah, we got you. What's up, Bishop Frank? Can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you on this though yet. Just a second.
And Zayas, I'll answer your question.
I think I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, man. What's up, Bishop Frank?
Yeah.
Speak to us.
Hey, I thought it was a place. They got me locked up, won't let me out.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
Akon.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, the thing about it is, I was just calling in is we need someone that can be a mentor to BB because there's too many people in it here.
Mm-hmm. What a mentor for
And
who? A mentor for who?
With this OC situation, I'm pretty sure he thought the two of them being knowing the foundation of Oklahoma will be able to handle that.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah.
Bishop Frank.
Go
Bishop
ahead.
Frank,
Go ahead.
do you
Go
think
ahead.
it's easier to call offense than it is to call defense?
It should be.
No, not really. No.
Come on now. Come
I
on.
think
now.
it is.
With these defenses, with the offenses these days, it's harder to call defense, man. Come on.
It really is.
I think so.
Yeah, it really is. No, I get that. But only because they haven't studied their craft to dissect it and to break down the scenarios to where they understand where their weak points are.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I was asking you
What
that
it
is
is
because
the air raid has diversified to many different forms.
okay.
And so now seeing what DMAC had said, you can't do a linebacker for the middle because oftentimes it's a Y versus a H back what it started out with.
Okay.
And so what it does is it leaves our middle vulnerable.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. So you're saying it's leaving you. Look, I think that there's a lot of truth to a lot of that. But the point is, look, man, this offense has not been organized at any point. And
exactly.
What we're finding out is a lot of it had to do with what? That you didn't have any communication going on in that room between these coaches. I mean, we've heard things like they're bickering and bitching at each other at the end of the week because one coach thinks that they're doing one thing and one coach thinks they're doing something entirely different. That don't have shit to do with injuries.
And I don't get that. And that's part of the growing pain. And not having BB understanding the CEO part of managing a team.
Right.
Hey, Bishop Frank. It's like this. The reason I want to put it to where it makes perfect sense for everyone. It's easier to call offense because if we saw how effective we were running the ball the first half, and then we went away from it. We saw how easy it was to have the running back coming out of the backfield catching passes the first half. We went away from it. My whole point is if I want to continue to run the ball, we see a lot of teams other than Oklahoma, put defensive ends and defensive tackles in the backfield to get 1 or 2 yards. If I go to a 12 personnel and put a defensive tackle behind the last tight end and I run a 48 sweep, there's not a damn thing you can do about it in a 4-2-5, or if you come down to a 46. What I'm trying to say is it's easy to call an offense. It's harder to call a defense because I don't know what you're going to do on a formation I've never seen. So this is my thing with Oklahoma. We're doing 2 things that are difficult instead of the basic things to do. Is all I'm trying to say.
And I hear what you're saying, and it's a great topic to tackle, Coach, because the 3-3-5 can answer that, but you have to have everybody buying in and understand that you got to stop the run first.
But if you can't stop the run, why am I helping you out? OU went down and was on the 10-yard line, first down. We do 3 straight down passes instead of running the ball on the 10-yard line. First one is a throwback to the tight end for a double pass that gets 1 yard. Then we get sacked 3 straight times. So,
what's up there,
and
Marcus?
I get that. And that,
man, what's going on, brother?
That's a choice by our leadership. Only the kids can only run what was put out on the field.
No doubt.
exactly.
No doubt about that.
That's why I said early on that they had Jackson.
Hold real quick. We got a new guest into the show. We want to welcome him in. Welcome into the show, Marcus Dent.
Hey, man, what's going on with you, brother?
Not a man. We're just in here chopping it up over the game this weekend. Of course, it was there in your neck of the woods.
Oh, yeah, man. It was 45 minutes down the road, brother.
Yeah, yep. So I know obviously we were all looking for a little bit better performance, a win. Once you get that first half lead, you kind of hope to hold on to it. But what were your overall thoughts? I mean, obviously you got a son that's on the offense. He hadn't gotten to play a whole lot this year so far, but what were your thoughts about the new coordinator, the way that it seemed like they were running plays? You're an offensive guy too. Talk to me.
Well, you know, I've known Joe John for about 3 or 4 years now when he was at Ole Miss, when Isaiah was being recruited by Levy at Ole Miss. I think it was a good game plan the first half. I think we had too many penalties to put us in 3rd down and long instead of 3rd down and 2 or 3rd down and 3. We got to cut that down. But when Sexton went down, they opened the floodgates. I talked to a couple of my guys at 24/7 Sports with the Rebel Talk, and they pretty much, you know, they just started sending Perkins after Sexton went down. They felt like, you know, that we were a little bit weak. Yeah, they felt like we were a little weak. And they felt like the only way they was going to win this ball game was just to apply pressure. And that's pretty much what they did. Like I said, I don't know how long he's going to be out. I'm wishing him well. I know his dad was a little upset. But you know, that's part of the game. I'm a parent and player, so I understand, you know, I understand both sides. So, you know, like to say, man,
What I would say about that, from what I saw on that Teddy and Gabe were not bad mouthing.
I didn't take it like that. I didn't take it like that. But in this game, man, you have to have thick skin. You know, that's just a part of it. And you know,
if you're beating Bo, you better have thick skin.
Yeah, definitely, man. You gotta have thick skin, and that's something we have always put in Isaiah. You know, I come from the old school swag, man. In the 80s, early 90s, I mean, it was tough. My wife played for Pat Summitt, so he's been trained. Homeboy, you got to take it, and that's the reason why he's at the. I mean, Coach Beatonbow, his old school mentality is one of the reasons why we, you know, as a family, we chose Oklahoma.
We've talked about this a lot, and I think I love it that you're saying it, because that was such an important piece to you guys. You know,
Yeah.
and the story you told me about the other recruit's parent that was saying that
Yeah.
she wasn't going to bring her kid there because she knew they had babied him, so it wasn't going to
Right.
be good, right?
And I just think, man, I think, I don't care what anybody say. I think Coach B is getting a bad rap.
Yes.
Over the last couple of years, he hadn't been able to get the guys that he wants. So last year he got a good group. He looked like he has a good group coming this year. It takes time, but people don't have time. They don't have patience.
Facts.
In this game, you got to have patience to win. Now I'm gonna tell you, you go do what Florida State did. You can go do what what other people did, but guess what, bro?
Bring
That's
that.
not guaranteed.
Bring
That's
that.
not guaranteed for you to win.
It
Exactly.
You get a bunch of different guys that come from different programs in your locker room.
isn't.
And guess what? You got havoc.
Now it's mercenaries.
Yeah, you got guys coming for one reason and one reason only, get up out of there. It's not going, you'll win some games, but you're not going to win the games you're supposed to win. Because as soon as you look at Ole Miss, they got $15 million on the field. 15 million.
Yeah.
And dude, you take our 5 receivers not being out, dude, we beat you.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm just keeping it real. I keep it 100, man. I keep it 100, whatever I do and whatever I say, as a parent, as a coach, you got to keep it real.
You do have to. And I think that listen, I don't necessarily blame Mr. Sexton for being upset. I get what he said. I get where he's coming from, and he's upset because first off, his son got injured. He's probably not going to be back this year. Right. I mean, I don't think there's any way. I mean, if he tore his MCL, it's over for the year.
Oh yeah.
And
he was having a good game too.
He was. Hey man, the dam broke when he came out.
Yeah,
the dam broke when he came out.
It was tough, man. It was
a tough situation. But again, I would just to say, look, and I'm not. I mean, none of us are above reproach. Okay.
No.
But I would tell you that the last dudes that are going to sit there and dog on those kids just for the sake of doing it is going to be Teddy and Gabe. Right. They call it like it is. Their show is called the Oklahoma Breakdown. Their show is literally about what the name says. They break down the offense and break down the defense.
Hey, look, you know me. Isaiah can tell you, you ain't playing worth for crap. I'm gonna let you know, and Mama gonna let you know.
Facts.
You ain't gonna have to have a fan or nobody to tell you, because buddy, we're gonna put that foot where it's supposed to be. That just it is what it is, man. When it comes to telling him that, but I understand where he's coming from as a dad. I do understand where he's coming from, and I guess my situation is just a little bit different because I've played, I've coached, I've run organizations, so it's different, man. And my heart go out to him because he's a hell of a guy, man. He's a great guy, man. He's been nothing but, helpful to me and my wife. When we first came there, when we saw him, at different places, they always come up and speak and talk. So, man, they're a great family. So, hopefully, man, everything is okay.
But the thing is he personally attacked. I think the only reason that I have an issue with any of it is that you personally attacked Gabe and called him a failed, flawed.
I heard
the only 3-time All-American in Oklahoma history.
Oh wow, yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good.
But this is Twitter for you. It's toxicity at its best.
Yes, it is.
And so, and don't get me wrong. I'm look. We've all said shit that we shouldn't say. You know what I mean? Yeah. But this is a time where it is what it is, man. I would love to see them get it together and be okay. And
I think they will, man. I think they will. He's a stand-up guy, and I think Gabe and them are stand-up people. So, it's just how it is. It's called you got that little one window right there, man, where tensions are high and emotions are everywhere, and it happened. So hopefully those two, we're all family. So man, we hope we can get that kind of, squash. And I know they will.
I think they will too. I think it would too. We don't have to spend a lot of time on that. What I would say is that what Sean's saying here, I love the family aspect of this football team. Grateful for how BV is built team character wise. And I agree with that. I think that when you do things the right way, and I think Bishop Frank, you probably have as much to say about this as anybody. Are you still with me? Bishop Frank?
I think he dropped out.
He did drop out. Okay. Well, we can get another call in. We can get another call in whenever you guys are ready. But no, I think that honestly, that is big. Go ahead. Go ahead, Coach.
I wanted to ask Coach Dan something and everything. I heard something that you said, and being a prior coach myself, we look at things different than how some people look at things. Is that when you're a coach, you have to look at the whole totality of the whole thing, both sides, parents, kids, administration, everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain things that we do and say that other people can't relate to.
Mm-hmm.
And what I love about BV is that he is not going to BS you about anything.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to tell you exactly how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the hardest thing for me as a parent and as a coach is to tell my child the honest God truth, is that there are certain times you play like shit.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't take that from me, and you know I'm going to be harder on you than anyone.
Mm-hmm.
If I built that in my child, it doesn't matter what anybody else saying, because they know I'm going to be harder on them than anybody.
Right.
So
that's true, man. That's a fact.
I wanted to commend you on that, because I'm the same way. Is that I want my child to understand that there are going to be times, if you go to a program like Oklahoma, you have to be prepared for that. That tough skin has to be etched in you, because you're going to hear it when things don't go right.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. You're going to hear it, man. His mom shared a story with him. Her last year at Tennessee, they got knocked out of the top 10 for the first time. And, man, they couldn't go to the mall, man. And people was, telling them they need to take their scholarships. And, I mean, they were plagued with injuries kind of like we were. And it was bad. I mean, she couldn't go to anywhere. They talked about him so horribly. And they ended up winning the national championship that year. Everybody that they lost to, they either beat in the SEC tournament or they beat in the NCAA tournament. So those type things that she shares with him, same way I have a few stories that I try to share with him and just give him a similar situation that you're probably going to face one day. Might not be the exact same, but it's going to be similar. So, and I say that to the whole fan base. Y'all be patient, because I think this thing is going to come together. I know it's going to come together, because one thing I do know for sure, those kids hadn't lost faith. That's who has not lost faith. They have not lost faith.
Too. That's what's important too, is that where are they? You still see, somebody said this in the chat earlier, and real quick, Bishop Frank, are you with us right now? I thought I had him again. Bishop Frank. Damn it. This calling don't seem to be working right, and I'm getting other calls here. Let's see if we get that back. Bishop Frank, give me just a minute before you call back. All right. So I think that's as big as anything. Somebody said it in the chat a few minutes ago that this defense is still playing hard.
Mm-hmm.
For everything that's gone on the offensive side of the ball, that you're still seeing these guys go out there and do the best they can possibly do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, that's big. That's as big as anything, and it tells you as much as anything about that, right?
Right.
With that, I mean, I was trying to pass that back to you there.
Man, I agree with that, man. Like I said, man, I just want to, from a parent to fans, I just want them to understand those kids are playing hard on both sides of the ball. I'm telling you, they have not given up, and they're not going to give up on BV. They're not going to give up on nobody that's on that staff.
Right.
They haven't done that. Of course, we know some things we need to work out, but guys, I'm telling you, help is on the way. So, I believe that,
Caller, you say your name and do you have a question for Coach Den or Coach Ricks? Caller? It's not working for some reason. I don't know what's going on now.
Everybody's shy. Everybody's shy.
Everybody's shy. I got it.
That's
here.
what it is.
Something. Caller, you with us? Can you hear us? Okay. I think we're gonna have to suspend the call-ins. I don't know what's going on. So I don't know. Yeah, I agree. And help is on the way. So we had a question up here on the screen from Stephen G a few minutes ago. He asked, what are your thoughts about Sooner Nation kind of asking for your son to be back in this game, to be playing now that it's, you're getting down towards the end of the season. I think a lot of people are wanting to know what that means for everybody. I mean, for the young guys, are you looking to have him more as a red shirt, or do you want him to go ahead? Do you want him to start playing now, or what? I know he had.
Well, right now the red shirt is. We only have 4 games left, so all those guys can play. I think you're going to see a dab of all of them, especially this main game. I think you'll see Eddie. You might get a chance to see Isaiah, BJ. All, right? I mean, I think you ought to have a chance to see them, and I think they need some game time stuff to get going to next year, not just the spring, but some actual game time. It needs some live stuff. And I think you'll see that. I haven't discussed that with Coach B. We don't discuss things like that. I have full trust in his ability to assess what those guys need. That's not what I was
getting at. I definitely didn't want to make it sound like you were asking those questions.
Yeah, no. I know. I'm just saying that, but no. I get it. I'm just saying, is he wanting to get in there? Oh yeah, he ready. He's really he feel like when he gets his chance, he's going to do what he got to do. And like I said, hey, go in there, take a deep breath, and play your game. And that's all you can do is play your game. But man, I trust, I trust whatever Coach B, whatever his progress is for Isaiah, I trust it. Yeah. And I think as a parent, you have to do that. If I didn't trust him, he wouldn't be there right now. Mm-hmm. I think he will. I definitely think he will, because I think Sexton is out. So he's going to be a 2 guy now. So that being a 2 guy, he's going to get something, get some time somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Coach Dent.
Yes.
To word it like this, so it won't be so politically correct for you to say this. Let's say you are a coach and you have a lot of incoming freshmen that you can use that 4 game. And
I'm using them.
and well, I wanted to say that because I would, because you don't know who's going to stay next year or not. And you want those guys to be well equipped with knowing and running with the ones and knowing what to do, because there's nothing like that game time experience. You can sit here and say they're practice all the time, but game like activities and everything at the time is different than practice.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. And I've had that in high school, a year where we wasn't, that good. I had some seniors that were playing out there senior year, and we wasn't going to make the playoffs. So guess what I did? I stepped those freshmen up. I played them, to give, and then the next year, man, we make it to the first round, and next year we'll make it to the North State. So that was a process, and I think getting those young guys in those last 3 or 4 games of the season when we knew we weren't going to make the playoff, I think that helped them out a whole lot. So yes, as a coach, that's what I would do.
Looking in here, I'm looking at the plays. I'm not seeing. Let me see. I'm on the site here for OU. I'm not seeing that EPL played.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. No time for him in the game. I'm not seeing anybody that we're talking about that questionable whether they did or not.
Yeah, I think Daniel, Isaiah, EPL was the freshman lineman that traveled. And I don't think, well, I know I don't think any of them played, but I
Mhm.
think, like I say, man, I
Not
think
according to
those
the
guys they're
stats.
ready.
Yeah.
They're ready to see. And guys, come on, from a coach, I'm not going to put all three freshmen in there together.
No, not
No,
that
you
many.
don't do
No,
nothing
no.
like that. I
You
mean,
gel
and,
them
and
in with the
people are
leaders.
calling for that, but you can't do that. You got to sprinkle. You got to sprinkle somebody in here, sprinkle somebody in there, so they have an older guy beside them. You got to do that. So like I say, man, we'll see. We got 4 games coming up, and you know, it's
But
going to have to be some movement because of Saxton being out. So like I say, we should know something probably midweek how that's going to go. But
I'm gonna try this one last time. Bishop Frank, are you with us? Hello. Okay. I guess we're not gonna get this thing to work for whatever reason, guys. I'm sorry that shit the call-in stuff isn't working. I
Hey,
tried
Jason.
to get you guys in, but I didn't hear you guys at all. So
Hey, Jason. I got one more question for Coach Dent.
go for it.
I'm trying to remember. I want to get this right. When we were talking about the leadership aspect,
Mhm.
one thing that I noticed when I was watching the ball game, and I wanted to know, did you notice? The one thing that I have a problem with on the offensive line is that I'm not seeing the offensive line guys point out who's coming in the A and B gap. Nobody's pointing. Nobody's pointing that the defensive end is 3 yards outside the tackle. I'm not seeing the pointing.
Yeah, he's
And
in a 9 wide 9.
yes, and everybody's like, "Hey," and I'm just old fashioned. If I see a defensive tackle, a defensive end 3 yards outside of me, I'm turning to the quarterback and I'm screaming at him and tapping my left ass cheek and telling him, run that ball off my left ass cheek.
Yeah, because
Because
he's too wide to get
he's
there.
too wide. There's nothing he can do but go out wide. And when he goes out wide, we are going right where he just came from.
Yep.
I didn't see that game, and that bothered me as a coach because
Yes.
that means nobody's communicating. And I love to have an offensive lineman to tell me, Coach, run that ball off my ass. He's outside.
Yeah,
And
man.
I have to see that. And when I see that, I know I got a person that's out there that is seeing the whole field and that is acknowledging what we can do to make this team better.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that, and I don't know the reason why. It's got to be some rhyme or reason why they didn't do it. Like I say, I know they're capable of knowing that kind of stuff. So I don't know if they saw something else that the defense was doing that, on the scrape side of that. I don't know. But yeah, just looking at it, I will at least try it once and see what that does. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I see them pointing out guys, and I don't really know exactly. I do know what they're doing, but I don't know how they communicate.
Yeah.
On
Okay.
the offensive line. But yeah, man, you're exactly right about that. That guy being in that wide 9 out there. Yeah, I would definitely try to run underneath that tackle.
Well, you got,
Stephen Murphy,
I'm
stop
sorry.
with that shit. Hold on real quick. Guys, you can't come in here saying shit like that. You can't come in here saying you aren't trying to badmouth the players and then start badmouthing the fucking players. What's the matter with you? Don't do that in here. You're not even a regular and you're going to come in here when we've got a parent in here? The hell's wrong with you?
Well, it's just people that they don't understand, man, is that the hardest thing, because I've had daughters that played at the highest level, and the hardest thing, man, is to sit there and let people talk about your child, and you have to sit there and set a good example for your child, because I would go after some of these people in the stands and everything if it was the old days, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
My daughter's like, Dad, and she'll tell me, Dad, set your ass down. I'm good. I'm good. And sometimes you got to sit there and say, okay, you only get one of those, but I'll sit down and let you handle it, because those are our kids, man. And yes, they are playing at a high level, but at the same point in time, that's still my child.
Yeah. And my wife a little different from that, bro. She's different from that. She gonna let you have it. She you go get it from her, bro. I can tell you that now.
That's fine.
But
if you
yeah, I
guys wanna do
understand
it.
it.
That's
Huh?
fine. Yeah, that's fine if you guys want to do it. But damn, I mean, shit. If you
Yeah,
guys,
I
you
understand,
know what, guys?
Jason.
Hey, buddy, if you, Mr. Lampkin, there, if you want to have him on your show and then talk shit, then you do that. See how long that lasts. Don't be messing with my show like that.
Man, look, I think Coach Dent is right because my wife, that Puerto Rican Asian side come out, that's a bad combination, man, and I don't want to be nowhere near that.
Yeah, man. She
Live
I can
grenades.
see
I
what
just
you
said that to
said.
Marcus the other day. Y'all both got live grenades in your hands, just waiting for the shit to go off, huh?
Yeah, man. That she I've had to pull her back a couple times, bro. So
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. She don't get it when it come to her baby. Now that's for sure. But at the same time, her baby ain't doing right. She gonna let them know, That's kind of
Well, a lot of these fans
how it is.
got to understand, man, and a lot of these people, they never played sports at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
And they get on these podcasts and these social media platforms, and then they badmouth the kids. And Jason knows I go full throttle when I hear stuff like that because I try not to curse. I try to be a good person, but when I hear that, I get livid because they don't know what these kids go through on a daily basis, man. To give you and to entertain you for a few hours out of a day. But you see the end product. You don't see what they go through to do these things.
Coach Top talking.
I seen that. I seen that.
I'm not sure who this Coach Top is, but that was funny.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I definitely think, guys, that right now, with the 24 class we have and the 25 class that's coming, man, we just got to be patient because we got some dudes, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
And people don't understand. You talk about, I'm gonna say he's my coach B. If you run him off, guess what? You might not have some of these guys.
You're not running
that you have. So my thing
you ain't
about
gonna have
it is
any of them.
Yeah. So my thing about it is, I love the old guy, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I love him to death. I love his demeanor. He's tough as damn nails. He don't say a whole lot. He got that what you call it, Jason? He's got that good fella look, man, with the slick hair.
Who are you talking about?
To my Coach B. He got the good fella look.
They got that old Pat Riley.
Yeah, he got he look like he's from Jersey, you know what I'm saying?
He does a little bit. He does a little bit.
But
and he's kind of got that scowl on his face like Robert De Niro in that movie too. To be quite honest with you. He kind of does.
Man. Yeah, he's a character, man. Once you get to know him, man, you would be like, okay, this the same guy. But he's a cool cat, man, to me. I love the guy. I do.
Yep. And look, man, I get it that fans are upset.
I do too. I get it. I understand that part.
Here's Coach V will tell you that's one of the things he loves about Oklahoma is that the expectations are exactly right there. If you're not playing good, they're going to let you know. It's one of the things I think is great about the program too. I think there's a line that you don't cross, folks. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a line you don't cross, and I think that just basic. Would you say the shit in front of these people's faces? Nah. If you can't say that you would do that, then you should shut up on Twitter, and you should watch how you talk on these shows and everything else too. That's where I'm at. Because look, man, it's one thing to criticize, and you know what? They're getting paid. It's okay to criticize kids getting paid and whatever for making a mistake. But when you start some of the things that you see on Twitter and some of these other places, it's going personal there. And there's a line that people don't get. As far as there any being rumors about, I'm going to say this about BB. Would there be an opportunity that he wouldn't be there? Here's what I would tell you guys. Yes, if if that's what the new OC decided. Let me ask you a question. How many of you as a brand new, coming into this situation as an OC with a fan base that's demanding excellence right now, and you've got a line class, the 24 line class, and you've got a 25 line class coming in that's #1 in the country easily. How many of you guys are gonna run that dude off as a coach coming in? I want to know.
Not even that, Jason. Everybody in the NFL knows who Bill Beambo is. Every GM, every owner sends people to all his camps just to see what he does so different. So trust me, no OC is going to get rid of this guy. Trust me, I'm just telling you.
That's what I'm saying. Which one of you guys think that any offensive coordinator would do that? Who's going to say, "Oh yeah, fuck, we don't need that guy"?
And if so, who you going to bring in?
We don't need Michael Fasusi, or we don't need Isaiah Autry-Dent, 6'6", 320 to hang around.
Well,
let him go to fucking Ole Miss.
If they do get rid of him, who they gonna bring in?
You know what I mean? Like,
there you go.
Just let him go back to Ole Miss. Shit. I mean, look, theoretically, could the dude do it? Yeah, he could. They could fire him. If you really think it's all on BB, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I know there's people out there that are making they're getting all the attention that they want on Twitter or on YouTube or whatever by saying he ain't worth the shit.
Coach Dent,
what's up, bro?
Very important question, because I know you know the answer to it. It's been in the comments all day, all week. I'm gonna let you put it to rest. If your top 5 receivers are out, how hard is it going to make it on your offensive line?
You've been saying this one. Go ahead.
Oh man, it's super tough.
Yeah,
because now you're one-dimensional.
Super tough. You're one-dimensional, man. I mean, I don't think you name a team in the SEC that could lose all 5 starters, the whole receiver core, and be where they are right now. Texas, Ole Miss, Alabama. Come on, let's keep talking. Texas A&M. Nobody could take the hit that we took this year.
No,
I don't think that. If I'm wrong, so be it. But my years, I'm 53 years old, dude. I've never seen an injury bug hit an offense like this. The only time that was close was Sylvester Crooms last year at Mississippi State.
At Mississippi State.
He had an injury bug out this world, but it was all over the place. It wasn't just in one position. One spot. You can holler next man up all you want to, but you got to have experience, homeboy.
Come on, bro.
You got to have experience. You can't just put a bunch of guys that hasn't played in with some guy, all together. You can put one. You take the kid from Alabama. He's doing great, but guess what? He's with guys who have played before. They complement each other.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? So, you can holler this next man up, but if you holler this next man up, you have never put a pair of shoulder pads on and play actual college football or football, any high school where it mattered.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's some BS. I don't care what you say. It's not an excuse. No, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse, but it's reality. It's facts. And if you're not willing to face the facts, then realistically, you just making a statement to try to get, somebody to hear you talk, to be honest.
I think that's what it is, because I keep trying to tell these people as a coach, it is very difficult to ask my offensive line to protect a little bit better now, because all 5 of my receivers are gone. So I understand the concerns and the complaints about the offensive line,
Yes, I understand it,
but
man.
if
Totally.
you have
Folks,
guys
down
reach,
everybody. Hold on real
okay,
quick. Well, that's not even what that's not, guys. You guys in the chat, stop for a second. Nobody is blaming the offensive line play on the receivers.
no,
No.
That's not what the hell anybody damn said. You guys say one little
they hear what they want to hear
I
and see what they
swear,
want to
man,
see.
there's a lot of guys in my comment section that are smart. There's a lot that y'all don't get it.
No, man, no one is saying that. No one. We're saying how
Nobody's saying
difficult it
that.
makes it. You know,
Mhm.
not having those guys. That's all we're saying. Nobody's
then-
saying that. That's just crazy to even think that.
That's what Sooner Cowboys is a knucklehead, first and foremost. I've seen it twice though in here. And now look, nobody's talking about excuses, but look, man, the continuity's not there, and there's other things aside from the offensive line that have had plenty to do with the way that this has all gone down. Period.
Well, you got one guy said that he played receiver. It's a mentality, and yeah, I understand it is a mentality.
Stop talking there. That's and
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not exactly who. I don't know who you are, Coach Top.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have to have a mentality, but this is not the Fab Five, bro.
No,
You can't just put a bunch of guys out there that never played and think you're going to have the same continuity. I don't care what your mental aspect is, bro. This is the SEC. It's college football. I don't care if you was in the Big 12, whatever, man. You was in high school. You lose all 5 receivers and you're a team that loves to throw the football. What's going to happen?
here it
What's
is
going
right
to
here.
happen?
Let me just go ahead and just tell you how it is, and maybe they'll understand a little bit better. You have 6 starting receivers out.
Yeah.
You have OU offensive line was doing very well against the best defensive line in the SEC until Sexton got hurt.
Benji,
Then,
tread
then
lightly,
once-
Benji.
then once Sexton got hurt, you start doing musical chairs to try to put guys in specific positions to help. Now they're blitzing the A and B gap, outside 3 yards, high 9, blitzing the outside, and then there's no separation from the wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
So now what can you do? That's all we're saying. We're not blaming no one.
No,
I'm
you
just
can't
saying,
blame anyone, man. It's just
if Oklahoma, let's just put it like this, if Oklahoma was 100% healthy on the offensive line and had all their receivers, OU would be in the top conversation of everything right now.
It's fine, but look, but that's not all of it either. And I'll just say this about these receivers and stuff. And we can, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm getting sick of this conversation. I'm going to say this. These guys, it is important to have the whole team, but you don't know for Coach Top, you're saying you know everything that's going on and you talk to the receivers and players, really? Well, how come nothing is coming up about the guy that they just fired? The better play calling. The better play calling? It looked better the first half, did it not? This past week? It looked better than it looked the whole damn year. And
yeah, you're right about that, man.
There's
you're
no
right.
2 ways around it. There's shit going on that has been going on in that locker room. That has been going on in that locker room between that offensive staff. They haven't been on the same page, guaranteed. And however much of it we know for sure or don't know, if anything's getting out all the way to us and to media members or fans or whoever the hell, there ain't no 2 ways around it. There ain't no 2 ways around it. There's some shit going on. So the fixes that they made, yes, is it going to make them perfect the rest of the year? No. But I think that there's been a lot of things that have happened that have conspired to do all of this. It ain't just the offensive line.
I think things are going to get better once Joe. I mean, he only had 5 days to prepare, and of course they got Maine, and then I'm not saying we look ahead, but yet and still I think he's looking, and a lot of the analysts are doing some more work, on the stuff from Mizzou. And so I think the more time we see with Joe John, I think the the ball will roll a lot smoother. I just 5 days is not a whole lot of time to get a lot of stuff. And I commend him for the job that he's done. We had some big plays, guys, that in the third quarter, some penalties that hurt us that could have kept us in the ball game.
Yeah.
We cannot go 3rd and 16 when we was looking at a 3rd and 2. Those type things hurt us. And at a couple of times when we was right there around the 45 yard, and we get those big penalties, and that hurt us. Don't get me wrong. I mean, yeah, I would like to have some points in the third quarter. We have struggled the whole year in the third quarter for some reason. I don't know,
Yeah.
but yeah, man, I'm excited about what the rest of the season. I don't know about you guys, but I'm super excited about the rest of the season.
Well, you have to be. You have to be, because this team is only going to get better. The more games you play, it makes you better.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
And
I'm moving in the
let
right
me ask you a question, Jason.
Go
I
ahead.
got a question for you.
Okay.
Now, yeah, we know they're going to get another offense coordinator, but do you say, if Joe John keep calling plays like he's calling, do you keep him around in some capacity? Do you try to keep him around in some capacity?
I think I had to say the same thing that I said about Big Bill. I think this is going to be up to, because they're going to make a big splash hire, and I would tell you I don't think that's probably going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just
my
asked you a
opinion,
question.
but and I could be way off. I may not be right. I think that when you made the hire that you made, when Coach V made this hire, because whether it's real or not real, and this is something that I said, I've got the column coming out as soon as it gets edited enough to send out. But when Coach made this hire, and it didn't feel like to a lot of people that he spent a lot of time on it. He talked about continuity, all that kind of stuff, that it was important. He talked about continuity, but then he made the hire of not just Seth Luttrell, but Joe John too. When Lebby told him on the way out, hey, he's ready to do this right now. He's ready to call these plays right now. He can run this offense this way. So it was a little indecisive there on that side of it. I think that that's the whole point. That I think if you have anything to say about the coaching staff, it has to start at the top. It has to start at the top, because to me, the one place that I feel like that I have a problem with Coach Venables is, I know you're a defensive coach. Once you become a head coach, none of that shit matters.
It's hard to take that out of him, Jason. I know exactly where you're coming from, but it's hard. It takes 2 or 3 years, I think, before you really takes that out of him. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
I agree with you.
And it's like it's in his blood, man. And I think that's one of the main reasons he brought Zach Alley in, because he wanted to kind of
absolutely
get out of some of those responsibilities and focus more on the team. And I think you're going to see that more here. I think he thought he had that, what he had, but obviously he didn't. So hey, well, we'll see.
Listen, and Chicken, I'm not saying that it was I'm not saying it's necessarily the wrong move until it turns into what it turned into this year, that obviously they weren't working together. There was a purpose behind it. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. I'm not telling you it's a lazy hire. I'm telling you people think that it's a lazy hire. And the fact that look, we can do this again. They're 128th in total offense. They're 132nd in yards per play. They're 129th in passing yards per completion. 112th in first downs. 114th in rushing offense. 107th in scoring offense. The numbers don't lie.
Coach,
so let me ask you something, Jason and Chris, both. What did you think of the running game Saturday?
Loved it.
I loved it when we run outside.
Here we go with that again. Listen.
I'm sorry, Jason. I'm sorry.
Hey, Jason, he gonna keep on that, huh?
On it. Off my left cheek. Off my left cheek.
I'm just old fashioned, man. I'm just old fashioned. Make it make sense. Shit, make it make sense.
I think that
wow.
this comment that I have on the screen is big too, though. He course corrected in 1 year. How many years did we have to deal with Mike Stoops? Facts.
Thank you. Yes.
You're course correcting. ATX Sooner, he was on the show with us the other night. Thank you, big guy. He says, y'all helping me get through this shift today. Keep that great content coming. Talking some shit for sure. Appreciate the super chat, my guy. Thank you. Yeah, but it wouldn't be that if the star wide receivers were healthy this year. What is that, Stephen Lumpkin? You're just going to keep coming back, huh? At the shit. What are we talking about? If the star wide receivers were healthy this year with the play calling, I don't know what it would be because it just wasn't good. Now, you got guys that would have been getting more separation because they've proven that they can. They've proven that they can. You look, Deion Burks, you going to tell me that you're going to hold him down forever? No.
I think right now Deion Burks still probably have more yards than any other receiver we have on the team.
I think they just passed him up this week. Bauer.
Oh, did they? Okay, it was close. I knew,
but barely.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. But it's. I would just say again, when you look at overall, there was more things wrong than just the O-line, and we can talk about this shit all the time. If your plays only work with good players, you need new plays. Okay. Look, Coach Top, I don't know who you are. I think I know. I think I found you on Twitter. And you're from Dallas, is that right? You coach players? Okay, cool. I get what you're talking about, and you're not wrong. You need new plays? I agree with that. The plays were shit. The plays were shit. But I would also tell you that there was a lot of shit going on, and there was a lot of guys that weren't getting it done. These new guys, Jacob Jordan, now here he is, comes in out of nowhere, and he's getting open. He's making
off
plays.
The scout team.
Off the scout team, a walk-on. Nobody knew who 88 was.
He's a hard worker, I can tell you that much.
Damn sure is, apparently.
Sometimes that want to has to take over.
Oh, yeah, man.
That want to. If you get me a time to get on the field, I'm going to want it more than I need. Trust me. So that want to right now is kicking in.
It's a difference between being hungry and ready to eat.
Well, let me ask you this too. If there's in what we know or what we think we know or what we're hearing anyway is that the communication between coaches aren't good. How good could the communication be with the players? If you don't know what you're doing,
they see that. They see that if they don't.
If they don't know what's going on and they're not sure what they're supposed to be doing, how are you going to get them to perform? I don't get it. No, I know you are, Chicken. We're good. Yeah, why aren't Helms and McIntyre playing? I don't know, man. I know when Caden got in the South Carolina game, he blocked a guy, blocked the shit out that motherfucker. I'd love to see him in there more. He's a stud too.
Yeah. To my Helms. Yeah. And
yeah, what happened to Petaway? I don't know. He's been on a milk carton. I'll give you that one too. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I agree with all of it because I don't.
He played a little bit Saturday, right?
Who's that?
Petaway.
Yeah.
I think he is the one who, when we lost the fumble, I think he stripped it and we got it back. Or
yeah, I never saw who got that strip on that.
Yeah, it was Petaway, I believe.
He played. He had didn't say how many plays he was in. Let me see.
Hey, Jason, I'm gonna have to get out of here, man. I have a budget meeting. I gotta go attend.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you coming in.
Coach Dan, man.
We'll hear a little more of that left cheek, man. We appreciate that.
Hey,
all right, my man. We'll holler at you later, brother.
No problem. Hey, you can remember that. My left cheek.
Hey, man, I'm gonna have it tattooed on my brain now. shit.
Y'all fellas, take care, man. Take care,
Have a
John.
good one, Coach.
That'd
Thank
be
you.
easy,
All
bro.
right. All right.
Can you hear that?
I
Can
can't
you
hear
hear?
it.
Okay, you didn't hear that? Okay. Something was wacky there from in my earphones, but I don't know what it was.
Nah. But
All
nah,
right.
man.
So I don't know what's going on. Drop the link. Oh, look, Big Bo wants to come in. Oh, this ought to be fun. Oh, yay. I'm starting some shit today. Oh, I love it. Let's see, where is it? Shit, should be right here. Yeah. I think you have the normal, the all the time link there, Big Bo, but let me find you again. It's in there. All right, you got it. You got it, Big Mike. Come on in. So it's in there. Are you guys hearing that from too when it comes across? Goated?
I'm not
Chat
hearing
heard it.
anything.
Okay, damn. Stop pushing buttons. I'm not pushing buttons, I don't think. I guess I could be. Let me just turn this off. No. Maybe that's what it was. Better. We'll see if it works this time now. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear
All
you
right.
perfect.
All right. So, hey man, you said you how was it to see the kid though, man? Had it been, I know you guys have been to Norman and stuff, but was it good to have him home? Family happy to see him?
Yeah, man, it was man, it was kind of it was touching. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You know, everybody knows that Ole Miss was probably number one on this list, you know, until, you know, we made that trip to Norman. And you know, and things happen, you know, because I committed to Ole Miss out of high school myself. And you know, I ended up going somewhere else.
You told me
So
that story. That's a little different story, but that's
yeah, man. So it was it was good to see him. Family members who hadn't seen him since May, you know, got a chance to see him, and you know, just seeing his face, man, kind of lit up, you know, the family and friends and different things like that, man. But we know he, you know, came for a reason, came for a job, so
Yeah.
we wasn't distracted at all. We saw him when he got to the stadium. We saw him after the game. You know, mom gonna give her hugs and kisses, and dad, we're gonna dap up, you know, and talk a little bit before he got on the bus. And you know, it was special, man, you know, because he got his first offer on that field, you know. So that was kind of special. And this weekend was bittersweet. You know what I'm saying? It was bittersweet. And I got home, and you might have saw it on my Twitter, man. And I was just out on the porch yesterday, man, just sitting back, man, and the OU flag was blowing in the wind, and you can see the trees because I stay in the country. So, man, it was bittersweet, and he's loving where he's at. And one thing that he told me, and I can tell anybody, I don't care what you say. He said, "Dad, we're going to get it. I don't care what any fans say. We believe in our guy, and we're going to get it fixed."
Mm-hmm.
So when you got those guys in that locker room believe in that man who's coaching them, there's no way but up. I don't care what you say.
Sure.
You know, so has there been some miscues? Yeah, man, come on. This is college football. Nobody's gonna go without making a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
That's not gonna happen. And yes, you pay a big price with the fan base you got with OU. We know that. But guess what? The purpose of that coach is to coach and keep those kids together. And that's one thing that they right now they have. So as far as I know, as far as you know, I can see, hey, just get your popcorn ready because it's coming. So all this noise you're talking now, some of the fans, which we know when when things change around, it's gonna be
different.
all glory. And guess what? We're gonna sit back. We ain't gonna say I told you so. We're just gonna sit back and enjoy it and keep it moving. That's kind of how you got to do it.
Sometimes you got to go through some shit.
Man,
I've
you
said
got
this
to.
a bunch lately. Sometimes you got to go through some shit. You can't understand how good it is to be at the top until you've been at the bottom.
You got to go through the fire, man. You go through the fire, and you're a military guy, so you know how it is when somebody say, "Hey, I got your 6," and that's how they feel about it. That's how I got your 6 pro. That's how I got your 6 locker room. There he is.
Look at here, Big Daddy. What's up, man?
That's my dog right there, boy.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Man, what's going on, bro?
Man, just doing a responsible thing this morning. Could only handle about 2 hours of it, but no, it was cool. It was cool.
Yeah, that boy's stupid, man.
He's putting the work in. He's not liking it at all.
Yeah, man.
I love that shit.
No, it was cool, man. There's some good information. Cool. So we all got to grow up sometime, right?
That's right.
I will never agree to that. Never agree to the growing up. Fuck all that. All right, from Mr. Dilligaff, we got a super chat here. $20 from Mr. Dilligaff. My man, the reasons injuries matter is because it restricts cohesion on the O-line and timing of the QBs, wide receivers, especially if you've been practicing with them throughout spring, fall camps. No doubt. Everything affects itself. This is a football team, right? It's a football team. There's moving parts all over a football team, right? Big Mike, you guys both played college football, and we just lost Big Mike. He'll be right back, I'm sure. You play college football. You played with Steve McNair. I love this story too, and you were talking about that you had kind of the same thing where Steve wasn't the starter when it started out.
No, he wasn't
the starter. Had some issues going on or whatever, and then he comes in and becomes the starter.
Yep, that happened. He wasn't the starter his freshman. Well, going into the first game against Grambling, he wasn't the starter, and it was kind of like the fans wanted him,
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that we had in Reginald Martin, he struggled a little bit, but not enough, to pull him at that point in time. But when he got in, man, it was magic. But although he was really good, he made some freshman mistakes.
Sure.
You understand what I'm saying? That Reginald probably would not have made. But his talent kind of overwhelmed everybody with the wow and the ooh-wee effect. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of what happened with Michael Hawkins. His talent, and he's a hell of a talent, bro. And I feel, and it's just my opinion, I feel for an 18-year-old guy to have to come in and have the weight of the world on his shoulders, man, it was a lot put on him. It was a lot put on the kid. And like I said, right now, do you have a quarterback battle in the spring? I mean, that's going to be a big question, guys.
I think it is a question. I think do you keep them both? I mean, we know how it is for quarterbacks in this day and age. The portal time is not a time where quarterbacks have hung around if they don't know. I mean, look, same thing that we would say about things. I mean, look, why did DG leave? He didn't have to.
No,
he was probably going to be penciled in starter. He was probably going to have to earn it. But if he stays, his mom says that. This is DG's mom saying it, that Jackson was going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a fact. And we've heard Jackson say, well, nobody wants to sit. It sucks sitting. He was talking about after this game.
He hadn't burnt his red shirt. Do you think he would have? You think it would have been different if he hadn't burnt his red shirt?
Burning the red shirt and then not getting to play. Yeah, I think. Yeah. And I think he told Venables. He said he told Venables, this last week. He said, "Look, I didn't want to come in if it was for nothing." Shit, we just lost him again. And look, I get it. It's a little different. Real quick, Daniel Looney, thank you for the $10 super chat. Growing old happens. More mature, purely optional. Agreed. Yeah, I'm agreeing.
Oh,
wow. Mature, yeah, it was. I mean, that was a response to what I said earlier. I'm not doing the growing up shit. Coach Top Under. Look, I don't know what would have happened. It's a good question though, and I don't know what's going to happen here. I haven't heard anything as far as I haven't talked to.
I haven't talked to anyone or anything, but this is what I would love to happen. And I haven't talked to anybody about this or anything. So don't say, well, no, I would love to see them both, but they're going to have to probably pay both of them as top quarterbacks and say, okay, here's the deal. Mike, you're going to play in 4 games. We're going to try to reserve you a red shirt. By that time, he'll be a sophomore, a redshirt sophomore, when Arnold is ready to leave. And, you know, I think that's a scenario that could work if he's willing to stay. And with, you know, that's going to be the biggest if 2-letter word that's in the dictionary right now. And I think if we can do those 2 things and maybe bring in a kid, a portal kid or whatever it is, somebody in case he does go down and, you know, his red shirt stuff is still intact, we can play him. I think that will be a good scenario, but I think that's going to be kind of up to BV and the new OC. That's kind of what I feel.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is going to be up to the new OC. And Bishop Frank, thank you for the gifted membership. It's not popping up on the screen in Streamlabs, so I didn't see it till just now. But thank you for that. And it looks like Sheila Smith got it. So welcome to the family there, Sheila Smith, the new membership to the channel. Thank you for always being here. You're always here anyways. I'm glad you became a member there. And thank you, Bishop Frank, once again for doing that membership. You're always taking care of that like that. Appreciate you. Yeah, listen, I think Stevie G says it just like he says right here. It's going to depend on who the QB coach OC hire is. I think that's always going to be a consideration for those guys, for any of those quarterbacks. You know, we're talking about guys that are blue chip players, and there's a lot of people. There's a lot of programs that would love to have either in both of them. So,
yes,
do you have to compete with that? Yes, I think that the same is true at every program, every time. How many times have you heard you have to continue to recruit your players in-house, and you don't stop recruiting your players ever at this point? Not with the portal. You know?
No.
Damn it. Big Mike.
It's Halloween, man. Mike popping in and out like a ghost.
He hasn't said a word yet, really, but he's popped in and out. All about politics. Coach Top says all about politics. Wait a minute. What do you mean?
What is he talking about?
I don't know. He knows more than all of us, I guess. But listen, I don't know what's going on with the whole thing. It could be politics don't have a whole lot to do with what's going on in there. They're going to put the best guy in.
Man, politics right now, bro. College football is not about politics right now. No, buddy.
That's such an easy blanket way to put shit too. You know what I mean?
This is not a private school academy football.
Right.
Well, boosters, you know, you got to play my kid. You know. Not happening.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, and I don't know that. I don't think it matters. But at this point,
nah,
I'm not even going to keep on with that.
My thing is, you know, moving forward, what I would like to see, Jason, I would like to see if that offense takes the same stride that it took from South Carolina into Ole Miss, and we keep stacking on top of that, man, we got a shot, brother.
That's what you have to do anyways, because right, you're an offensive guy. Coach Top, obviously, that's what you do too. The play calling, it's not just about what the plays are, it's what are you building off of, right? You build off of a certain number of plays, right? You have you have your foundation just like a house, right? You build a foundation off a certain level of plays. I remember, well, what we did in high school, but I remember watching what Coach Leach did at Tech. I covered that team, and he had 11 fucking plays. 11
on a cue card about this big,
a little bitty cart, and now he had a bunch of different looks that he would do it out of different looks, but it was 11 plays. And so, Mike Bo, can we hear you now? Can we talk? Damn it! Oh, there he is again. He's back. What's up,
bro?
man?
The internet. I gotta get something in here, man. Hey, this fiber today is on one, bro. It's been hanging around with I've been out here messing with Legends Wi-Fi, bro, on the Willie Nelson tour bus.
The Willie Nelson tour bus Wi-Fi?
On one.
Shit.
Yeah, bro. I had to move up into my son's room on the top floor so I can get on that data.
There you go.
Oh, wow, that's crazy,
man. Yeah, it's wild.
Man, that's crazy. But
what I missed, man. Catch me up.
So
go ahead. Now I was gonna ask him a question.
Please do.
Hey, Mike. So me and you was sitting right there, pretty much beside each other.
Yeah.
If the offense takes the same leap from South Carolina to Ole Miss into Maine into Mizzou, how positive do you feel about it?
Hey, man, I'm already positive.
Yeah.
I usually don't ask my son too much, you know.
Yeah. Me too.
I just kind of I just talk to him about him and how did the offense look this week in practice? And he's like, they're already better. And I'm not throwing shade. I don't know what was going on, but like he just said, he's like, there's a notable difference in how they're practicing and playing. And maybe it was a change of pace, new scenery or whatever. But yeah, I'm super confident. I saw some life. I would still like to see some more screens. Hit me up with a couple of
good chicken screens, bro.
Bro. Listen,
hey, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you.
That swing pass, that check down, we was eating on that.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Eating on that.
We ate on it for a minute.
And talked about that the whole Saturday shows that we did, man. That's all we talked about. The way that they
I'm
checking it down.
Yep, I'm pumped. I think we can definitely steal a game or two on this last little bit of SEC.
Yes.
There's life. There's signs of life. We have a pulse. We're like the Undertaker, right? Where he just sits up. You know what I mean? When everybody thought it was over, and the Undertaker just sit up. We're back. So I'm not saying we're all the way back,
but we got a pulse. We got a pulse.
Yeah, for sure.
And I was telling Jason, man, me and you sit up there, we look dead at each other. Man, that 3rd down and 3, and then we get a penalty, and we go from 3rd down and 3 to 3rd down and 13 or whatever. That hurt us in that second half.
Yeah.
That definitely hurt. Can't do it, man. Not against a team like Ole Miss. You can't do it nowhere, to be honest with you. But those type things, man, I clean that up. Yep. Once we get that stuff cleaned up, and I know his playbook, by the time we get to Missouri, it'll be a little bit more open than what it is right now. And I think he's doing a great job. I think he's doing a hell of an audition right now for wherever he's going to go. And even if we keep him in some capacity, I know it won't be the OC, but if we keep him in some kind of capacity, well, like I said, that'll be up to the new guy. I mean, I appreciate what he's doing and the juice that he's giving the kids, because Lil Mike can tell you he's a young guy, and he has a little bit more bounce to him, and kids got to have that, guys. I'm telling you, they got to have that bounce.
Yeah, they do, and I think that's what you got out of Jackson this week. You saw a much more look, I hadn't seen that kind of confidence coming out of that kid all year.
Right.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this too, guys. Some of the a couple times he held the ball a little bit too long,
Sure.
but I think that's from I can't throw an interception because if I do, they're gonna pull me. I think a little bit of that was in his head.
No
you know,
shit.
I'm just saying. You know, I mean, if he gets that,
I
out
think
of
he's
his
held
head,
the ball. I think he's held the ball. He's been doing that all year.
right?
Just
He
holding it a
has.
little bit too
He
long.
has. Yeah.
Right.
But I'm gonna tell you what
That's
I
been
saw.
going on the interception talk's been going on since the bowl game last year when he had 3 of them.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's been drilled in his head, And I said this on Saturday that we're talking about a coach because we're like, you brought him back after losing like you did to Texas, embarrassing the shit out of this team. Yeah, I mean now.
But I'm gonna tell you something, Jason. Did you see something? You know what I saw Saturday? I guess the quarterback coach must have changed this. He didn't have a four. I mean, he didn't drop back as far. When that quarterback drops way back,
Right.
and you got a guy in a 9, it makes it difficult on that tackle. He was up a little bit closer, and that made it hard for those ears to get to him, man.
Yeah.
So that was a change. The new quarterback coach, he had to make that change. Or Joe John made it. Somebody made that change.
Right. And Jen, this is what we've said this already. Why wasn't John's already working with the QBs? Makes no sense. Those are poor decisions on BV's part, not just on BV's part, because he's one of those guys that he believes that he's tried to give them their full autonomy on that side of the ball. Now, I've already told you guys I don't agree with that at all whatsoever. I didn't do nothing. Spaghetti, why time you out? I didn't do it, but if you got one, you probably earned it. You know that. You
think it was more of the OC not wanting Johns to work with him?
I do. And even though I don't, because when you bring this guy in and you make it, from what I understand, he was advanced scouting. He was an advanced scout. What are you doing in there, Big Boke?
Yeah. I'm just looking at my son's desk right here and all the disgusting nastiness that I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on right here. And now I'm second guessing while I'm sitting up here.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is like, the focus has been that, and that's been drilled in his head not to turn the football over, right? But I said it on Saturday night. I said, look, we've seen Seth Luttrell now in 10 months, 11 months time since he got the job, almost 11 months. What? You saw a guy who had enough confidence to check out of a play at BYU and make the right call with Lebby there, to having the game that he had in the Alamo Bowl, which shouldn't have been a big deal. He's also had 400 passing yards in that game. You know what I mean? It's a bowl game. But all the talk all through the off season, and then when you got into it, it ruined his confidence. You can see it. Hawkins comes in. You just said it earlier. He has bounce to his step. He wasn't scared. He was looking down the barrel of the gun and delivering balls against Tennessee when we weren't seeing that out of Jackson. Within 2 games, that guy's gone. Why? So I think not having a quarterback coach is part of it. The other part of it is that we've heard this a ton. Nobody else was in charge of who's playing and who isn't. That goes for DeMarco. That probably goes for Emmett Jones. That goes for Bill Bedenbaugh. They're in-laws.
Wow, that's tough.
And that's what I'm saying. You're looking at a situation where, yes, Coach V needs to handle that. That's your job as the head coach. You can't be that hands-off. I understand it that you look at yourself as, I'm a defensive guy. But man, nobody gives a shit about that, about what your specialty is at this point. Nobody cares. Go ahead.
I just think there's there's some, you know, there's some growing pains, right? And we got a lot of first timers right now, right? We have first time starting quarterback. We had that twice. First time OC. We still have a first time head coach. We got a lot of stuff that is getting ironed out, and it just is not just like that. Everything's good. Am I giving up? No, not at all, man. Like this it's gonna get right. This is college football at the highest level, and people are good, and there needs to be a little exercise in patience, and not everything is just gonna be all sunshine and roses, man. There's gonna be some struggle, and there's gonna be some growing pains, and
Gotta go through some shit.
we're going through it right now. You know what I mean? And people just need to, sit back, relax, and not be so quick to scrutinize. Like, don't get me wrong, there was reason for scrutiny. Like, you know what I mean? But
we talked about that earlier, man. Yeah.
The problem has been rectified. I believe the problem has been rectified, and there's maybe some choices that looking back, hindsight's always 20/20. Maybe you're looking back and like, yeah, I probably should have did this. Coach, coach should have did that. But we're still in the infancy of this, right? Like 3 years seems like a long time, but it's not really in the game of football. And these things, and that's the old cliche. Rome wasn't built in a day.
And people forget where this football team was when he took it over too. Yeah, they didn't leave him the fullest shelf.
Jason, I might be wrong about this, but didn't we skip a year? We was originally supposed to be in the SEC in 25. Did they bump it up
early?
They bumped it.
Yeah, they bumped it up a year early. So you're not even taking that in consideration, on something. I actually somebody brought that to my attention yesterday. And I said, man, dang, I forgot about that. You know what I'm saying?
And I think nobody's brought that up lately, because the main thing is that Texas and OU didn't want to stay that long. No. They weren't going to pay the money to get out. Mm-hmm. Once it got pretty clear that the Big 12 didn't want them to stay anymore, and they were kind of in games too, we can sit here and talk, we can say that's bullshit. That
Oklahoma State game, man.
I mean, you tackled the dude in the end zone, the rest right there, nothing, Not only that, the year before that, between Texas and Oklahoma, they had 3 holding calls against conference opponents. 3 between both programs. Mm. And if you go back and look at the Texas Tech game with OU, they don't have a camera up that goalpost for whatever reason. It sure as shit looked like it was good to me from on television. They called it not good. They didn't have a replay up the pole, so no telling. Can't tell if it was over the top, so you couldn't tell if it was in between the pipes after the goal post or not. That's why on the NFL games you have that damn camera up there, But I'm not saying that's a for sure thing. I'm telling you that's what it looked like to me. So there's things that were going on that moved it up. And it was smart on the part of OU, and then they played hardball on it. They weren't going to pay it. They decided to pay the $100 million between the two of them, 50 each, and they didn't even make them pay that, because you know what? It was better off just to let them go. It was better certainly for Oklahoma and Texas. I think it was probably better for the Big 12 to move on too, because they were probably sick and tired of hearing OU and Texas bitch. They didn't want to agree to the scheduling for that last year. They weren't happy about the scheduling. The scheduling was kind of trash. I know Texas was really not happy about going to Houston. Not at all. Because they kept Houston out of the Big 12 for all those years. Yeah, people don't want to. They don't want to admit to that, but that's a fact.
I've heard that. I didn't know that.
I heard straight up fact. So it is what it is. But all I know is that there's a lot of things that happen there. But so it's good that they went. But I think you're right there that we don't really think about it or talk about it but you should have had that extra year to quote be SEC ready. Not to mention both teams had a coaching change in that time frame. So you're rebuilding.
There's a lot of variables, man, that people are not putting on the table. They just want
tried to burn the fucking program down on the way out. Set fire to the basket on the way out.
Lynchmans, man.
He was.
Yeah.
No kidding. He did not want nothing to do with. He didn't want anything to do with the SEC. He still doesn't want anything to do with the SEC.
Yeah.
He canceled the damn Ole Miss series that they were going to have starting next year. Canceled.
Wow.
It. Tried to get out of the LSU game since he got there. Coach Kelly was like, nah. They were getting extra money for it. We wasn't having it.
Yeah.
That's another couple of players, at least. $5 million. But it is what it is, man. In the end, yeah. And then what Benji's talking about it here, the Baylor and the Tech with the politicians thing. The thing about Tech is, you had Yormark was there telling them, yeah, I'll be there at the game there right before or on Thanksgiving, and we'll, I expect you to beat Texas again. No, they didn't, but it was clear what they wanted. There's a reason why all the Texas fans booed the shit out of Brett Yormark when they won it.
No, man. Speaking of Texas fan, Mike, did you you saw what happened over there, man?
Bro, how could I not? It was right in front of me.
Dude, I tried to get it. I couldn't get it, man.
Right in front of me. So I'm walking around the Grove, right? Before the game. And my wife's like, look at that. And I look over and there's four college age kids in long button up, burnt orange Longhorn stuff. And everybody just kind of like, the hell are these dudes doing here, right?
Yeah.
And people are talking shit. They're walking by and they're eating it up. And I looked at my youngest Cam, and Cam was like, he's like, why would they come here? He's like, this is like nothing. He's like, somebody's gonna try to fight him. And I was like, hey, you never know. I'm like, probably afterwards, when everybody's been drinking the whole game, they might want to, escape and evade out this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we go in the stadium, and these four cats come right up and sit right in front of us, like right in front of me. They try to stand up right in front of me. And some dude, I don't know who he was, a parent or whatever, he was not having it.
No.
He was like, how the F you get these tickets? This is bullshit. Get your ass out of here. Like, just giving them the business, right? And the one kid was like, these are our seats. Let me show them to you. And that guy was like, F you. And my man, they had a sign. I never got to see what was on the sign. But they had a big sign.
I think it was Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I think it was Jackson.
Saw the front of it, and said Oklahoma fan come over, snatched it from him, ripped it, teared it up, and throwed it down. And another dude come over and was like, almost got bit. Yeah, I was cool. I kind of giggled at that, but then another gentleman come over, and it almost got to the point where it's about to get physical, and I was like, chill. I was like, whatever. Just chill. Like there ain't nothing worth getting kicked out before the game even starts, especially over some Longhorn fans. There's a grown ass man trying to fight some 18, 19-year-old kids.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I was like, just chill. I was like, it's not that big a deal. And then security showed up, and then I guess one of the little Longhorn fans popped off to the security dude, and the security dude hemmed him up and got him up out of there.
Now the first guy said something to him with security. The second guy, I don't know him, but I've seen him around. Yeah. He was a police officer.
Yeah,
and so
he wasn't having it.
No, he grabbed him and threw him down the ramp, and he rolled down that ramp, man. And he got up and looked, and dude said, "Do you really want some?" Because he could have took him to jail, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He said, he grabbed him and just, and that guy was like, okay, this is real.
Feels like you'd be smarter than that. He said there's OU fans in Austin last week of the UTUGA game, but no issues. Well, I wonder why. You got fucking 70,000 or 100,000 freaking screaming Orange fans. Yeah, that'll work out real good for you.
You had a whole stadium, right? And one little section of that stadium was for Oklahoma friends and family, you know, that section. And y'all came straight to that one. They was looking for it, and they
was looking
found it.
for it.
You know what I mean? What's that scale? The fuck around and found out scale? They almost found out. You know what I mean? They almost found out.
Hey.
So you know what's funny is right before that. So the gentleman that was sitting next to me, he was my old boss when I was in the Army. He lives a couple miles away from there, so I got invited him to the game. And I was talking to him. I was like, dude, this is so weird. I was like, I come in the stadium, they scan my tickets. I didn't go through no metal detectors. They didn't search nothing. They didn't search nothing. And my former boss looked at me. He's like, yeah, he's like, probably about 50% of the stadiums, you know, carrying. And I was like, what the fuck?
It's Mississippi,
you
man.
know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then here we go. We got some cats.
We got open carry in Mississippi, bro.
Yeah.
Talk around and find out.
That's why I was like, hey, bro, we just had that conversation before those Texas dudes come up. And I had that in my head. I was like, hey, let's chill. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need none, we don't need none of this violence.
And what's crazy, the state trooper that every time you see Lane, you're going to see him. That was my teammate in college, Jason. He's been with Lane for a while now, ever since Lane's got here. But yeah, man, it wasn't nothing but to make a phone call, and they'd have been locked up, as they come say. It'd been one of those things. But it was just one guy. I mean, it was 4 guys, but it was one guy. He wanted to push the limit, and I'm gonna tell you, if you hadn't stopped that parent, he was finna find out right then, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, he was about to find out.
Well, I mean, listen. We were at the Red River game too. I was surprised we didn't see anything there because it was definitely high. It's always like that too, by the way. Right. I've seen plenty of fights at Red River, and they're pushing it. They're pushing it before the game. They're pushing it after and especially whatever side wins, they're assholes, and they're going to do it. They start talking more. But you realize the more it got out of hand, the more you heard, "Oh, you sucks." You know what I mean? You would hear it all throughout the stadium. And they were talking shit before the game and after. Walking up.
Hey,
I mean,
this
is what it is.
So I didn't have anybody say nothing to me at the Texas game, right?
Yeah.
I
heard shit being said, right?
I had some big round tuba player talking shit to me at Ole Miss. And I was like, I walked by him.
I saw that, man. I was like, what is that all about?
I walked by and he said, Boomer, mother effing Sumer sucks. And I was like, bro, I'll put that tuba upside your ass sideways. And he just kind of looked at me like, who the hell is this? You know what I mean?
That's the same one that was Holly Boomer in the band. Yeah. That's the same guy. Yeah. He's a little Pillsbury Doughboy.
After the game, I had hella people talking shit to me, man. After the game, I had hella kids talking shit to me. It was crazy. I had girls riding by yelling "hotty toddy Boomer Sooner." Like, it was crazy. Man. It was pretty funny. When a high school kid looks at me in the face and says "Boomer motherfucking Sooner," you know what I mean? Yeah. I got to give him a little bit of props because he's got a little bit of nuts. You know what I mean?
Or no brain.
So I just got, or he was real hammered because I just looked at him and kind of smiled.
Oh man, if you was around the Grove afterwards,
100%.
Man,
right,
dude, it was. Jay couldn't believe it, bro. He couldn't believe it. Hey, but I can tell you what, Jason. Next year, me and Big Mike, we're gonna do some tailgating. We're gonna put something together, bro.
Hell yeah, I
promise you.
I want in on it. We got some stuff we're working on too. So that'll be great. Hey, look, Benji, I wasn't saying I've ever had issues. I've just seen the shit go down before. I don't give a shit about it. It doesn't bother me. I talk more shit than anybody. What are we talking about? You know, when it comes to Oklahoma and Texas, I talk that shit. I'm wearing a horns down hat right now. It's just a little camouflage, folks. Just look at there.
I like. I got to get me one of those, bro.
Incognito. Hey, I'll send you one, man. I'll send you one.
Got to get me one of those for sure. I rock that every day.
Every day, right? Yeah. Hey, man.
All day, every day, bro.
I got the red and white one too. It's over here somewhere. It's right behind me. See? And then, yeah, man, I got them all. Yeah, but that's funny shit, though. The tuba player going to fuck around and find out. That's pretty funny. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bro. He was.
Hey. From Nelio also.
Oh, okay. Hit it up.
Nelio says, good morning, Mr. Jason and guest. Hey, Mr. Boganowski.
What up?
Nelio from KC Mo. That's our K-State fan. This always here and always giving us love. And then, of course, for Coach Riggs, that the player going to fuck around and find out, no doubt.
Yeah. And you know, it was like I said, man, I try not to indulge too much because I don't want to.
Because you don't want to be there. And yeah.
Well, yeah, I have a couple. I have a couple brewskis. Just to enjoy and relax. But I ain't trying to get too buck wild because next thing I know, I'm trying to be locked up in Oxford.
Yeah, I can think of better places.
Man,
hey man, from what I hear, great hospitality and all that stuff. I mean, so for the most part,
it was nice.
Yeah. Did you go through the Grove? Jay was talking about that on the show last night. He said it was badass. Yeah,
it was pretty legit. I want to see smoke billowing out of there. You know what I mean? I want to see some ribs. I want to slide through and get me a little grilled chicken or something. But I mean, it was cool.
What kind of food is in there? What kind of food is in there?
So they can't grill, right?
Yeah,
no like barbecues. They can't do none of that stuff. So either they catered some stuff in there. Right. I just saw a lot of like desserts, finger foods type stuff, because it was an early game. Yeah.
Drinks.
Yeah, the later games you'll see more of the meats and different things like that. Like some people, man, they just, their company has a tent. Mm-hmm. And man, they'll just cater all kind of food in there. Some do hors d'oeuvres, some do a full blast meal. Just all depend on, you can't go to every tent. There's no way. I mean, it's so many in there. It's unreal. But that place is probably one of the biggest tailgating places in college football.
Yeah. So I imagine that place is probably legit, like toward the beginning of summer when it's real hot and you got all that shade up in there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like dude, it's probably pumping in there.
Probably exactly right.
Yeah, it's pretty legit.
How many acres is it? How many acres? He said he thought it was like 4 or 5 acres or something like that.
Oh, it's probably more than that.
It's more than that. It's more than that.
It's at least 10 to 15.
At least about 10. I would say 8 to 10 acres at least.
Yeah, I'd say at least 10.
Oh, Trey was getting loved on, was he, Zia?
Yeah, I heard some was that I think that was
Trace. Yeah.
OU Insiders was telling that story about it.
Nice.
But I can tell you, like I said, me and Mike, we're gonna get it together next year somehow, some way, bro. I promise you that.
I'm in, man. I want in on this. I'm gonna be at all of them. So coming up, that's what we're working on.
I'm gonna tell you, man. So outside of the stadium, they had a Snoop and Dre gin and juice exhibit.
Yeah.
Right. It was like, I was talking to the guy, they go from college to college and it's like advertising, right?
Uh-huh.
So they got their little gin and juice drink that they're working on. But like you went in there, you paid for a couple of drinks, you can sit on the old school lowrider, gold bike and from like one of Snoop's videos. And then you could get into like a half of a 64 Impala.
6'4",
and they shot like hey, that thing had the bunnies in it. Hydraulics. and they shot a little video. They shot like a 20-second video of like you in the car and like, you know what I mean? Like you had the gin and juice playing and you're like, oh shit, dude. I looked at my wife, I was like, I have to do that. I was like, I'm in there. So we waited like 10-15 minutes. My son Cam was pissed because he couldn't do nothing. He couldn't go in there, so he's just standing out there. But I was like, you gotta wait, bro. It was pretty legit. It was pretty sweet.
Hey man, that sounds fun to me. That's the kind of stuff we got to get this on at these Sooner games, man, because
dude, I told the dude there, I was like, when are y'all coming to Norman? And he's like, I don't know. I was like, get me Snoop on the phone right now. Like, this has to happen.
He just told me,
this is legit.
Yeah.
D-O-double-G, get him on the spot.
Yeah, hey, get him on the phone right now.
Hey,
like,
look,
he has to be in Norman.
I played with his first cousin. You know, his family's from Mississippi.
Yeah.
His whole family's from Mississippi.
Who's that? Snoop family? Or
yeah, Snoop. Okay. You know, Ray J and Brandy, they're first cousins, bro.
Yeah.
You know, they from Macomb, Mississippi. You can go look it up. I mean, he was born out there, but every summer his mom would send him back to Mississippi to stay with his grandma down in Macomb until he was like 13 or 14 years old. He was like, nah, I ain't trying to go back to Mississippi. Then he started doing his thing at that point in time. But I had a teammate. He was like, man, my little cousin, he out there in Cali kicking it. Man, he doing this and doing that. I'm like, man, you ain't got nobody in the industry. What's up? He's like, yeah, man, my cousin Snoop. I'm like, man, Snoop ain't your cousin. Man, they're from Macomb. Right there. He's a Vonado, bro. I like, okay, all right, I got you. Yeah, so yeah, man, yeah, they're from Mississippi, man. So he comes to Mississippi a lot, bro.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey,
T Boomer, man. Hey, so I haven't drank from the bumpy face, the gin since college.
Oh man,
right? Once or twice. I ain't messing with no bumpy face no more.
Hey,
y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't know about that.
I know all about that, bro. I know a whole lot about that bumpy face.
Me too.
Yeah. Hey, but the gin and juice drinks weren't bad, man. They had a couple different flavors, like a passion fruit, a citrus, or whatever.
Oh, okay.
They weren't bad. I had two. But yeah, it was pretty sweet. But like, I see Stephen G said something here about how we can improve our tailgating experience. Mm-hmm. And to be honest with you, it ain't that bad.
I don't think it's that bad either. We had a good time in Tennessee.
It's not. So Papa the Grove, it has an allure, right? But I think ours is probably spread out maybe a little bit more, right? Because we got some all the way on the south end, between the stadium and the Everest, and then you come down Jenkins Street, and you got all that on the north end.
Yeah.
But our stuff pops pretty well, man.
Papa Stutz is down out there.
It pops
for real,
it pops pretty well.
Does.
It pops pretty well.
They got it going on over there. They do.
And the Tennessee game is a good example. People coming in, we're talking to them. We come on in, man, have a drink, get some food, whatever. It's cool. But yeah, it's comparable. Like we're not lacking at all. You know what I mean? But like the gin and juice, the Snoop and Dre, that shit was legit. You know what I mean? I seen that and I was like, that's happening right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool, man. We got the stuff set up for the kids. They had that out there. That little baseball stuff. We got the hoops. You could ride a bull. You could run a 40. Like test your vertical. My kids do that every time they go there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then they got all kinds of stuff, man.
That's good stuff, man. I really like that. I mean, a lot of places don't have that. That's good stuff. And like I said, we're not bad. I know some places that are a lot worse. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, I would tell you that it was a lot worse recently. There was a time they shut all that shit down for a long time. It just hasn't been existent for a while.
Okay.
Hey, you could be New Mexico State, where the dean shut down all the fraternities and sororities from setting up like DJ booths and tents and all that, because there's you want to talk? It talked about it was and they said that was like the catalyst to why like the UNM and MSU
all the shooting that happened at UNM and all that.
It started out there and carried into the stadium. Like people talk about rivalries.
Whatever happened,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, New Mexico State and NMSU, it turned deadly. You know what I mean? So say what you want about them small towns, them small schools in New Mexico. It went down for a while, man. It was crazy.
There's nothing like an in-state rivalry, man. There's just no two ways.
Nah.
There's real.
You want to talk about getting hated on and teams keeping you out of conferences? It's happened multiple times, and it's happening right now. With UNM and UTEP keeping New Mexico State out.
Oh yeah, they don't want New Mexico State in the same conference with them. Not at all. Nope. It happens all the time.
Nope. Yep. Yep.
And the state, awesome. Charles Crows Fly High says, Jason, tell Coach Dent he's awesome. He already knows he's awesome. I'm pretty sure, but I appreciate it. He appreciates it, I'm sure.
Man, thank you. We're just chilling, bro.
We have a good time.
That's man. Coach from the SIP, baby. That's it.
He is awesome. I'll tell you that. He is awesome. Let's see. What are we talking about here? Who are you talking about? Zias, you guys are fighting a lot. You guys are going at each other in here. Benji getting it all wound up. Zias, he's talking about smoked gator at the LSU. LSU ought to be good too. So I'm sure you've been. Have you been to LSU there? Have you been to LSU?
Yeah, I've been. It's nice.
I haven't been there. I keep hearing good things about it, but they're wilding out there. That I hear.
Yeah. Now when you go to Mississippi State, now you'll see a lot of smoke, man. There's a lot of grilling going on in Mississippi State. I mean, they do a lot. Just down south, bro. Just being honest.
I love it.
Down south. I grew up back when I was playing college football. You wake up in the morning, man, you can smell that smoke. You know what I'm saying? Especially at the HBCUs back then, when they had speakers on top of speakers, man, and you could hear the music a mile away, bro. So I mean, nothing like a good tailgate, man. Nothing like
I know how them LSU folks roll, right? So I grew up in Omaha. So College World Series time rolled around. Them LSU folks was bringing, LSU
I forgot about that.
Campers, trailers, fifth wheels, like Class A type mobile homes. And back behind at the old Rosenblatt, down at the bottom of the hill behind the left field, that's where all the RVs stayed. And
same with Mississippi State, bro.
Hey, bro, we used to go down there and hang out and just walk around. And them LSU people's cool shit. Like, we got offering us food. We're just walking around checking it out. And, they're inviting us over. But, yeah, they got down now. They got down. That was like probably the first time I ever had gumbo.
I've heard a lot of great things about Auburn too, that they get down over there, and they've got it where you can bring your RV and all that shit and do it from Thursday on.
Yeah, Mississippi State has probably the best baseball atmosphere, man, that you're gonna find in the country.
I bet. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, that left field lounge, bro. Oh, it's off the hook. I mean, you'll find any and everything you want in the left field lounge.
So, yeah.
I'm telling you, bro, you're gonna get not only football, just the rest of the sports.
Yeah.
When it comes to the SEC, and from basketball to baseball, man, you're gonna get a treat.
It's a different experience.
It's a different experience, man.
I agree. And I'll just say this: I'm not going to sit here and bash on the Big 12, because the Big 12 is pretty damn cool too, as far as when it comes to the competition and the hate for each other, and there's a lot of that stuff going on too. It's a little different, I think, for Oklahoma and Texas than it is for the rest of them, because Oklahoma and Texas are always the ones that they felt like we're carrying everybody and blah 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 blah. Texas more than OU when it comes to that stuff, but I do think that there's a lot. The hate was centered at those two teams only,
definitely on that.
So. So it's a little different. You're coming in now that everybody hates them right now too, because they're just now coming into the league here. But I would tell you that it seems to me like they hate everybody and equally bad. When it's your week to play them, they fuck you. Tennessee is wild. I'll tell you that. Those fans are out of their damn mind, outside their damn minds.
Yeah.
They acted a fool with me and Big Bogue. Acted a fool.
Oh man, come on!
I'm still getting people talking shit to me over the video we did the week that we did that video. Still,
hey, it's funny. It's funny.
It's good stuff. I had 100,000 views on that short on TikTok. 100,000 views on that. And all we were like, is Jay going to beat us by 30? What is that shit? You know?
Yeah.
They were not having it. And
Yeah,
they beat them, but
that's
it was
funny.
some funny ass shit. It was good stuff. Hey, thank you for the super chat there. Oh, I just missed it too. Hold on. The last Arkansas game I went to, Coach Ricks again, went to in Little Rock. They had smoked hogs. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gotta throw the pig on. Gotta throw the pig on.
Oh man, hey, nothing like some swine, boy.
Oh
Ain't
yeah,
nothing like some swine.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I know not
Oh, yeah.
everybody partakes, but I do. I like it.
Oh man.
I didn't get this shape for no reason.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, round is a shape, right? Round is a shape.
Round is a shape. That's right.
Yeah.
Better speak on it. Man,
Yeah, we're not playing scary ass Okie Light anytime soon. Yeah, I know. Well, you think that you know why Okie Light's so pissed off is because Oklahoma didn't try to take him with this time. That's all it was. And you know, they don't want to be a part of this league because they know they get their ass whipped. They swore they were going to run the Big 12, and look, they ain't even won a damn game this year in the Big 12. Motherfucker.
I saw that, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was a little surprised on that deal. I thought they would do better than what they're doing, is what I'm saying. Mediocre Mike is at it again. Old mediocre Mike ain't even pulling off mediocre anymore. It's just a fact. I'm sorry, but it is. Oh man, I've had Oklahoma State fans really hate my ass because I say shit like that a lot, but it's all true.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Outside of the wins that they've gotten in the conference against the teams they've beaten in the conference, out of conference, I think they're shit. I forgot the number, but they've only played winning Division I, Power 5. They've won 3 against Power 5 teams with a winning record. Those winning, it was Georgia. Shit, I don't remember. There's 3 teams, but one of them was Georgia, but they were all like 7-5, 8-4, something like that. None of them were like really winning big. 10-win teams, they just all those were.
Jason, if they had to play Arkansas right now, that game be totally different.
Arkansas outgained them, tripled them up.
Yeah, I watched it.
Let them off the hook, bro. Let them
way off the hook. So crazy, right?
Yeah.
Kimberly Chase, she says, smokes hogs in the ground. I personally won't mess with it. Nothing against pork, but it smells amazing. Yeah. Oh yeah. They do goats like that in New Mexico. They'll throw a goat in the ground, burn it up.
I had a Jamaican friend of mine. They used to do. He said, "Man, you ever tried any barbecue goat, man?" I said, "No, man, I ain't never tried that." So I went over to his house, man, and he had some. It was pretty good, man. That was my first time ever trying some. It was pretty good.
Oh yeah. Hey. So my wife's Caribbean, so they do the goat in a lot of different ways, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Curry, jerk, stew it, like all kinds of crazy stuff, man.
I love jerk chicken.
Yeah, dude. Oh yeah. I'm about to run down to the Jamaican spot and get me a little jerk plate here. Way up, messing around as soon as we hang up here. Shoot.
I love it. I mean,
but yeah. No, in Afghanistan, we had a goat, and we went down to the market, bought a goat, and brought it back and fattened him up for a month, and we cooked him and ate him up real good too, bro. It was really good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey. They need to be mad at Gundy and mind their Okie Light business.
That's crazy, man.
It's wild, but I told everybody before the start of the year too. I said, watch all this shit y'all are talking, and because Okie Light Cody comes on my show sometimes. I said, all the shit y'all are talking about owning this conference, I bet y'all don't. He said, we're going to win 4 Big 12 championships by 2030. I said, you're outside of your damn mind. The only way you win one would be if Gundy ain't there no more. And I believe that. He's half-assed. He makes excuses about the recruiting. Oh, we can't recruit like OU. Bullshit. Y'all got better. Be honest with you, their facilities are probably better at Oklahoma State.
Oh boy, hey, listen, their shit is nice.
Right,
I've been there. They got that boom picking money, bro. Big
money, man. No shit.
Every Yeah, that place is nice, man. They got nice shit for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They got nice stuff.
And they still don't get nice recruits, apparently. But they do, and they just don't get it done.
Well, Jason, let me ask you this, man. Oh, you talking about facilities. You think that is something that OU needs to look at compared to some of the other schools in the SEC?
Absolutely.
You think we need to kind of up that a little bit?
The basketball
upgrade on some different things. Yeah,
gotta happen. They started off with obviously softball winning the way they have, and they've invested big in softball in Oklahoma City with the World Series and all that stuff. So they did Love's Field. I think baseball's coming next because they've got some cathedrals out in the SEC now.
The basketball arena, right?
And the basketball arena, they're voting on. You guys are gonna have to tell me, but I haven't seen.
I thought that got passed.
I think it did, but there's something going on, right? There's something.
Mike, you remember when we was being recruited? If you was there, I don't know if it was our official visit or whatever.
To speak on it.
And then you had the guy. I can't remember his name, but he did Clemson. He did a bunch of it, and he all of a sudden he just left. And because they had a map. They had a map of all this stuff that was supposed to change.
3D rendering.
Yeah, everything changed.
Little art design. I can't remember his name. I talked to him a bunch of times, but what had happened is at a certain point they just
turnip seed.
That's it. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. It just sounded to me like they decided to take in change direction with the facilities upgrade
with the football.
Go the more NIL route.
Football. That's exactly what happened. I think they because I don't know. I mean, the football facilities are fine. I would say, don't you think? I mean, I don't.
If you go to Ole Miss, their facilities on the inside they just upgraded it's a little bit better than ours.
Okay, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, not the stadium itself, but it
hadn't been really that long since they upgraded around there. Anyway, I was just say that.
Yeah,
but I don't know how much that matters to these players anymore.
But it does not matter like it did 10 years ago. I can tell you that right now. It's a kid is more looking at you remember back when Oregon first got all the nice stuff and everybody's like, man, you got to see it and put it on YouTube. There was no NIL at that time. So the kids was like, man, I'm going, well, we got all this nice gear. We got all this. We got this, that. Now that's like, okay, they're not caring a whole lot about that. They're caring about what their collective is and, can I play right now? It's just the whole game has changed when it comes to that. Right. I don't think kids care as much about it, but you have to be on
right. You got to be on par with at least.
You just got to be on par with everybody. Right. Yeah. That's all.
You can't be out there in no prison yard working out.
Yes, right.
Well,
you're right about that.
The one that you see the most of lately is because of Coach Prime. Obviously, they've shown off Colorado and fantastic facilities, but they're talking about upgrading there too, right? They're talking about upgrading there too. I don't know, but I mean, looking at
the kids don't spend that much time. Mike, you can speak on this. Man, they have so much going on that they, all the video, they don't have time to do all that. Yeah. I mean, that's just a lot of it's just for show, man. I mean, because they don't have time to actually. Yeah, in the off season, in the summer, they do. In the summer, I would give them that. They got a little time to go play the game, but during the season, man, they don't see that place like that.
Mm-hmm. Neilio's talking about the arena. That's what I was saying. There's some issues going on with the city. I don't know exactly, but apparently that's not done yet. I'll tell you, it's going to get done because here's the thing: they don't want to fall behind in recruiting and everything else whenever it comes to it. Because right now, and Oklahoma fans are just like anywhere else. They're fair weather when it comes to the other sports. And we're going to find out if they're fair weather this weekend because with the losing and stuff, and then you're playing Maine, you should expect a win. But, I mean, you've got a sellout streak on the line. I don't know that they're going to get there. Yeah. That's a concern. I think it's a concern. Maybe I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. I hope it doesn't turn out that way. But we saw for the South Carolina game, the student section wasn't full.
Do you think?
Yeah, I
Do
wasn't
you
there.
think
I
what
wasn't there
happened
for
at Ole
that.
Miss just showing signs of life? You think that kind of say, okay, look,
Maybe.
who's that first home game back is Alabama. Well, outside of Maine is Alabama, right?
I will say this:
The last two. That was the last
Yeah.
two.
there were also a lot of people saying that even though the student section has been a thorn in the side of the what they call the olds or the rest of them for a minute, right? They get pissed off because the students are kind of bad about they're right in the sun and they don't stay there. Sometimes they'll get up and go. So that's been a point of contention between fans that aren't students anymore and the student section from this kind of era of kids. Now, when I saw that part, but I know a lot of people were saying they were surprised at how long people stayed after the way the game started.
Mm-hmm.
And you were there at the South Carolina game.
Mhm.
What did you see?
I think people stayed until the fourth. Did it not, Big Mike?
I wasn't there.
Oh, okay,
I
yeah,
had
that's right,
I had
yeah.
It wasn't a nice game.
But
Yeah,
that's
like
what
the
Gabe
fourth
and Teddy
quarter
said
is
to
when
say
they
that.
started
I know I
kind of.
heard Gabe and Teddy say it.
Yeah, fourth quarter is kind of when they started. Like 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, they started bailing out.
Well, and if you think about it, there's not. I mean, even 21 points isn't necessarily a safe lead in college football. Not early.
Nah.
We see it happen a lot. I mean, hell, look at Alabama was
UTSA.
beating the shit out of Georgia, and they came all the way back and took the lead.
What was that game this weekend with UTSA? Somebody came all the way back.
Did they?
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was.
I don't know if it was 21 points, but man, Vandy came back and pretty much had Texas on the wheels one time.
Vandy had them. They almost got them, man.
And guys, think about college football.
College football
is different. I don't care what nobody says. You can have all these thoughts. It's a lot of stuff that goes into everything now that didn't go into college football 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. And you take the portal, man, they get a couple kids and a coach, and look what Vandy's doing. You forgetting Vandy get the same kind of SEC money as OU gets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
They're a school that got a great alumni base, and they're building a new stadium now. So, I mean, they're adding on to that stadium. They know that, hey, look, we just can't be a doormat. We're just not going to be your doormat. And something that a lot of people do not know. Barton Simmons. Barton Simmons, who used to be the head guy at 24/7 Sports. Do you know he's over recruiting at Vanderbilt?
I did not know that.
Yes, sir. That's Barton Simmons, who did the All-American game and everything. He was the main selection guy for that.
Well, they got serious about. I mean, look, they looked at what they were doing in New Mexico State and went and got those guys to, went and got Coach Kill and Tim Beck, and then obviously Diego. But I mean, you go
get the top guy in the country in recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
They made this move 3 years ago, and look where they are now.
Mm-hmm. And that's the whole point. Hey, listen, I would say that's the whole thing right now. We're hearing this too. Josh Pape was talking about it recently, that the powers that be in these conferences and not just the conferences, but obviously with these television networks, it's like, look, you're going to get this more. We're going to start handing you $100 million. You need to put it into your program, because there's no guarantees that you're going to stay in this damn conference if you don't. If you don't start investing in coaches to be competitive, why would we keep you around? It doesn't help the product if you're putting. Okay, so that's a perfect example. Indiana. We're talking about Indiana a lot right now. Mm-hmm. First off, they ain't beat nobody yet, so when they do, I'll worry about that. But I'm not saying they're not doing their thing. I've never seen them be this good before, so that's cool. But I'll tell you this: when have you seen them do it other than that? Every 10 years they'll have a decent 7-8 win team, something like that. Same with Northwestern, Minnesota, Purdue. But who the hell wants to watch that on television? So here you've got all these networks forking out all this damn money, They're not forking it out to see Northwestern play Indiana or Illinois. They're just not.
They want you to put that money
you ain't
where
worth the shit.
it grows. It's almost like it grows the company, pretty
right.
much.
That's right.
And when you put that money where it grows the company, and the company is the SEC, and you're a part of that company. So if they give you $100 million, you need to put some of it in the football facility. I can tell you this:
relegation is going to start happening if you don't. I think
Right.
that there's going to come a point in time, because look, there's only so much of the money, and there's programs that want to be a part of this, and they would move the needle somewhat. K-State, Utah, Florida State, obviously Florida State and Clemson, and they they're kind of screwed on that deal, man. That whole deal that they signed, and that's their own fault for signing it with ESPN. Now it sucks for them,
but 2036 is that right?
They signed it.
Man. Ooh, that's a long time, bro.
It ain't gonna go till then, I don't think. But I tell you, I've taken my mind off of that, because last year after the Pac-12 shit, and I just got over. I was over the whole damn realignment stuff, and I knew plenty about it. But it's the guys that do really good on the realignment stuff. The Big 12 Mafia guys know their shit on that. Guys that in the ACC that knows it, guaranteed. JJ Kitchen's my dude. He gets it. He knows what's going on there, but it's hard to keep up with because you don't know what's happening. You got a bunch of bullshitters. The whole Pac-12 thing, wow. That was insane. That they could have killed the Big 12. They could have. All they had to do was be the one to take that deal. Any number of 10 things would have killed the Big 12. They had to fuck them all up. All of them.
How many teams does the Big 12 have now, Jason?
18? 16, 18?
I think it's
because it was 12, 14 last year, then you take 2, then they added 4. So 16. It's 16 right now.
Yeah,
they're
16.
adding more soon. Yeah.
I thought I heard them say they don't want to go much more than 16.
I don't think that they have a choice. They have to continue building up for that, because what they have to do is, I don't know about football programs, but I know the way they're headed, and the way it looks like they're headed right now is to get more basketball powers, because they need to continue being at the top of the basketball. If they're now the same with the ACC, you lose Carolina, you lose Carolina, because I know everybody thinks that FSU and Clemson are the big dogs. They are not the big dogs in the ACC. North Carolina is the big dog in the ACC.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the biggest brands in the country, period. End of story. No matter if we're talking football or what we're talking about. Brand-wise, nobody doesn't know Carolina.
So let me ask you this, Jason. And I've heard this, and Big Mike, I know you've heard this. There may be a 40-team super conference coming. I've heard this from head coaches in the SEC.
Sure.
That it's already in talks. So if you do that and you have to have a commissioner, would you say Matt Brown and Nick Saban would be 2 that you would look at and say, hey, I honestly think these guys can put us in the right direction?
I don't think
Saban wants to have anything to do with college football anymore, really.
Well, what is he doing now? He's getting paid to sit up there and and talk, man.
Yeah,
so
but he don't want to.
He's doing that.
Manage.
He ain't even got to lose another damn football game. He's making the same money.
Well, here's the thing. I think he's a control freak. So him being able to be over a conference, I think I think he would take it.
Here's what I do, but I don't think that that's as close as people think that is.
I say our kids will be out when it happens.
I think you're talking 10. I think you're talking 10 plus years down the road before that. Here's why.
Yeah.
The SEC
I do say it's a long way. It's not down the street.
It's the basketball tournament. The basketball tournament's in my opinion, the only thing that's keeping it afloat. The NCAA.
Well, it's not even about the NCAA so much. It's that the SEC and the SEC and Big Ten don't want to add anybody else to it right now. I know a lot of people are. Don't you think that if the Big Ten wanted Florida State and Clemson so bad, or the SEC wanted Florida State and Clemson, if the SEC wanted Florida State and Clemson, they could have it done because they're owned by ESPN. So is the ACC is owned by ESPN. So is the SEC. They could just make it. They could make that happen. If
They can make a swap. They can make a swap. They could
make that happen. They don't want it to happen. Otherwise, it would have happened. It'd be in the works. That this talk about that it's so close. It isn't that fucking close right now. I know that they're working on it, and look, Florida State wants it to happen. Them and Clemson both lawsuits and everything else. What are you gonna do?
Well, let me ask you this.
Take you. You know what I mean?
A team that's, I think he's done it, is down the line as you can do it. What do you think about Miami? And look at his situation. Look at BV's situation. You know, it took him a little bit of time to get that program where he is right now.
Sure.
You know, and people had to be patient because they was ready to boot him, bro. They was ready to boot him.
Yeah.
And he didn't do the whole portal thing. He got some pieces out the portal. Yes, he did. Yeah. But he tried to build that program, you know, and
he wanted to do it his own way too. He wasn't going to do it by throwing the damn ball around. He wanted to win it exactly like he wanted.
Yes, exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah. And I just look at his situation and I look at it kind of similar to what BV's is at this point in time. You know, and I'm actually talking about how he built it. And what are they ranked at right now, Jace? What is Miami ranked?
Oh, they're hold on.
Top 10, right?
Speaking of rankings, both of you
I gotta do mine.
Yeah, y'all better be voting today. Both.
Yeah, we're gonna vote today, man. Last time my phone froze up on me, man, and I don't know what happened. I promise you, bro. It froze up on me, and I was like, my wife, like, you need to get rid of that phone.
All kinds of people that don't want to do it. Miami's number 5 in the AP poll.
Okay.
I think they were at number 5 in our poll last week for sure.
So what year is this with him?
Same
with
3.
Cristobal.
3. It's year 3. But they underachieved. He didn't take over the same kind of shit that. Again, Lincoln tried to burn this motherfucker down. I ain't lying.
At the state. Yeah, I got you. But I'm just doing and he's not in the SEC either, bro. You know what I'm saying?
He's not.
It makes a big difference.
The fact that, hey, look, let's not get it twisted. There's some good football teams in the ACC. They ain't the same.
No.
Nobody.
Ex-Florida State.
Wow. There's
Florida State.
JJ talking some shit to me right now. Yep, I told him. Oh yeah, JJ Kitchen. I thought maybe he had popped in. He said, "Dog, you're not kidding. StreamYard's now $88. See, Coach Rick's talking about I'm cheap. Mm-hmm. Who the hell's gonna pay $90 a month for that shit? It's too much. All right, no. Now look, Cam Ward. First time he was available after leaving Incarnate Word in San Antonio. Yeah. Hey, man, that's GJ Kinney right there. Mm-hmm. You guys want to talk about a hell of a freaking coordinator? If you could get him to leave Texas State. I can tell you Mario didn't develop the dude. I can tell you Mario didn't do it.
No.
And Mario's had good quarterbacks that are high rank, and he ran them into the damn ground.
Well, you take a guy like Lane Kiffin. Guys, when Lane Kiffin get a guy, he's pretty much a 2-year guy. Mm-hmm. You know, Matt Corral, same thing. Jackson Dart, same thing.
It takes a couple of years to get them going. Yeah, no, they were.
Yeah, it's a 2-year. I mean, and he's the big knock on him is, man, you take Deuce Knight. And I don't know if you heard of him. He's committed he flipped to Auburn, but he doesn't lay a whole lot of stock in the high school quarterbacks. He want a kid that's ready. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. You take a kid like Hawkins, mm-hmm. He'll take Hawkins because he's a transfer. That's the type kid.
I mean, who wouldn't take Hawkins right now?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So that's the kind of guy that's the kind of guy that Lane wants. He does not want a high school guy. He offers some high school guys. He got a couple on his roster. He has a guy right now out of down
Do
in
you
the
think that would
Hattiesburg
be the
area,
same
but
if he was anywhere else but there though? Because I don't know.
I
If he
just think
goes
that's
to
his
Florida-
MO. I think that's his MO, bro.
Here's my question about that, and this is I've got a theory about this because not hating on Mississippi or Mississippi State, not. What I'm saying is this is not they are not the same programs as Bama or even Georgia.
No.
Georgia, obviously, they've gotten good lately, but Georgia's been mid too, until recently, right? Obviously, Mark Richt winning 10 games all the time. They never were winning championships, though, and stuff like that. They won some SEC championships, but it wasn't 90s. I'm not hating on Georgia either. What I'm getting at is a lot of these programs, but like Ole Miss and Mississippi State are not the same as even the more, not Tennessee or whatever, when it comes to recruiting and stuff like that. No. Their brand has not pulled from outside of the state the same way that some of the other SEC programs do.
Well, man, not at Ole Miss. Ole Miss doesn't recruit in-state kids hardly, bro. Look at their roster. Their roster don't have a whole bunch of in-state kids.
Right.
And Mississippi State is having a tough time in recruiting right now. Man, Levy he's losing kids. I think he lost a linebacker to Vanderbilt.
Wow.
Oh, shit. And then you got the situation with Kamario Taylor. Man, from what I'm hearing, I don't think that's going to be a hard deal for that kid to go there. And he's a 4-star athlete, 4-star quarterback, elite level quarterback.
How do you pull Van Buren though?
You can't, bro. I'm saying
he's killing it.
Right. You cannot pull him. So what does Taylor do right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a lot of people don't, and I'm just gonna speak my mind on it. I like Coach Levy. Coach Levy, I've been knowing him for 3 or 4 years. Yep. And I'm rooting for him unless he's going against OU, but he has a hard road now that the NIL has come into play. Before the NIL, Dan Mullen was able to go to a bowl game every year. He was going to win 8 ball games, and they were fine with that at Mississippi State. 8 wins in a bowl game and upset somebody like they did LSU with Dak Prescott.
Vandy though, they're getting that same money too. So Leb's got a tough road to hoe. But here's what I would tell you about Levy is he's the one that started the NIL stuff here. Yeah.
Now he has I'm gonna tell you what he's doing
with Selman. It was
right. But the thing about it is they don't have 15 mil like Ole Miss has, man, to drop. But here's the deal. If Ole Miss drops another game and does not make the playoff,
they're not going to pay that shit either.
Do the donors keep paying that money?
That's the point I was trying to make to you right there, is that I have this theory that, they went all in now because they were close last year. Now that it's a 12-team playoff, okay, we'll give you the money here to get your guys. Because we know that you're not going to recruit high school kids. He talks about it all the time. I was going to ask you, is it an excuse or because he's always said we can't recruit with those guys. And
he want the top 3 or 4 kids in the state. That's pretty much what he wanted in skill position. I mean, in offensive line, D line, wide receiver. Those are things that Mississippi is known for.
But
Mississippi is not known for quarterbacks, bro.
Sure.
I know right now we just now getting some. What's the guy up there come on, help me out. You got Gardner Minshew, he came through. Yeah, you got the kid that's doing really well at Washington that was at Mississippi State and left. So they're just now.
That didn't work out though.
No, it didn't. But I'm just saying, we're just now getting quarterbacks in Mississippi that's going to the Elite 11 and doing different things. Mississippi always been a meat and potato place, man.
Sure.
Like the Jeffrey Simmons of the world. those kind of guys, the freak athletes like DJ Metcalf, DK Metcalf. You know, yeah. I mean, he's crazy. Me and his dad good friends, man, and he's just an athlete, man.
Yes, he is.
And so Mississippi is known for having those type guys, but you know, you're seeing it more now with the 7-on-7 and all that stuff going on. You're seeing a lot more of that, man. But I just think, you know, this. I was talking to Dave Johnson with 24/7 Sports that runs the I forgot Rebel something, and that's my business partner. And he was saying, Marcus, I am so glad that the East and West thing is gone.
Yeah,
because he said it always felt like Georgia and Florida was in a different conference. Pretty much. The West was always tough
you
as
don't
hell.
hardly play them. So many of them you don't play, but every 4 or 5 years or whatever.
Right. It felt like they was in a different conference. And you take the year that Mississippi State actually made it to number one. You know, if you hadn't had an East and West, the way that would have panned out, they would have got a chance to redeem themselves, you know, in the championship game. So yeah, man, I like the way it is now. It's dog eat dog.
I think that's a good point. And I hadn't really thought about that, or we hadn't really talked about that, but I like this conversation right here because the fact that you know, people in Texas, A&M folks, and a lot of people around the SEC have bitched about, man, all this time, Texas has already played Georgia the same amount of times as A&M has, and they've been in there for what, 11 years, 12 years now?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
True.
So that was never happening. But then you had a weird game like South Carolina and then play every year for whatever reason, right? That manufactured a rivalry for them. Whatever.
They've done that.
And nobody gives a shit. They try to do the same thing with LSU and Arkansas. Nobody gives a shit. You know what I mean? It's just, but now you bringing in Oklahoma and Texas, now they're going to still try to manufacture some rivalries. But in order to keep the rivalries that have always been there, Georgia playing Auburn and Florida every year, they have to expand to 9 games, which means that you're going to get everybody every other year. At some point, you're going to have to do it, or else you lose. Like, okay, if they had a not set up the schedule the way that they did right for these 2 years or whatever, then all of a sudden the oldest rivalry in the South is over with. Georgia Auburn. People don't even realize that. A lot of people don't. I just found out about it I didn't think of that as a rivalry. Never ever really thought of it like that. It's the oldest rivalry in the South. And then, so because they're going to keep the Iron Bowl, they're going to keep Georgia and Florida because they got the cocktail party. They got to keep Mississippi State. That's the Egg Bowl. Got to do it. Right? What about Tennessee? So not only that, it makes it easy on Tennessee because they got to play Vandy. Well, maybe not so much now, but but you know what I'm saying. You know, otherwise than that, it's definitely not going to be equitable, and that it ever really has been. But you want to look. If you're ESPN, would you have wanted any other bullshit? We want to see these guys play everybody. Texas and OU move the needle. We want to see them play them all.
Yeah. You take Ole Miss doesn't play Alabama this year.
That's wild, right?
State don't play. I mean, it has been playing since. Look how long these two been playing each other.
Mm-hmm.
Every year since I've been in this world, you know. And now all of a sudden they're not playing. What happened to him?
The alien interference right there. The alien interference, bro.
That Roswell interference.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah.
We can't even hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I don't know what the hell's going on. Some shit going on here today. We've been going for a while anyway, but
first contact is happening.
For shit. I ain't ready. No, but I'll just say, look, I think that I love it. I love where they're headed with it because the more you get these guys playing each other, the better. And just like I said, I mean, look, I think that Texas and Texas A&M not playing for a freaking decade plus is the stupidest shit ever. And I know that they don't care about it, but or at least some people don't care about it. I think that's insanity. And I think that
Coming.
Said he coming, Mike.
Well, you better get your tinfoil hat out. Put that thing on.
Roswell
Protect your
experience,
brain.
man.
you guys could like keep the show going, right?
No, yeah, we are. We're talking about how you better have your tinfoil hat on.
Talking about that Roswell experience, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck y'all. All right, hey.
Damn, son.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Man.
Give me 1 minute. Y'all keep talking.
That's crazy.
What is so? Hey, I kind of heard earlier when I was having my internet issues when you were talking about Jackson and Mike next year in a quarterback competition. Did y'all think that both of them are coming back, or do y'all think one leaves, and which, if so, which one?
Man, I think, to be honest with you, I think if they open up the competition, if BV open it up, I think Jackson will leave. I think if he says, okay, Jackson's going to be the guy, I think Mike, this is just me. I would be like, hey, look, okay, that's cool, but go get you a portal guy because I want my red shirt back. And I think I think that's what I would do now. That's just me. But if they're not willing to give him his red shirt back or try to preserve his red shirt, and I think if they name Jackson the star, I think Lil Mike might leave, man. I don't want him to.
How many games did Mike? How many did he play in? He played the first game, right? He played against Temple.
Played against Temple. Yeah.
Came in Tennessee, Auburn, and Texas, right? That's 4.
Nah, I think he played against I don't know, man. I
think he's only played 4. Huh.
I thought he played against South Carolina. He started. Let me see. Hold on, Mike.
South Carolina. I forgot about South Carolina. You're right.
South Carolina. So that's 5.
Yep. I'll do that. Yep. So that's okay. Yeah, I messed that up.
I mean, so that's going to be. I think that's going to be, besides the offensive coordinator, I think that's going to be one of the biggest issues or one of the biggest decisions that BV has to make. And I think it's so hard because he cares. And that's one thing I do like about him as a coach, and you do too. He cares about the welfare of these kids. A lot of coaches say, well, you got to be a cutthroat to be a head coach. You got to make tough decisions. And I understand that. It's a business. But you can't say the man don't need to care about the kid because he does. And I just think that's where he's in a hard situation, bro. And I wouldn't want to be him. I wouldn't want to be him in that situation. But I think that's where we are right now. I think the OC and the quarterback issue is the biggest 2 issues that he'll have to handle, once this season is over with.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
No, I asked him about. I just asked him because when I was having my internet issues, I was hearing you guys bits and pieces of Jackson and Hawkins, and if one leaves, or do they keep both, or what have you. I was just curious as what you said because I didn't get all of it.
Yeah. Well, no, and I think that, but I think from hearing what I think I heard from you guys, I think it's clear that the biggest issue that he's going to face in his complete tenure in Norman is going to be this offensive thing. We're talking about a defensive-minded head coach And it's not about building the defense. He's done that. It's done. Now it's about you swapped one for the other, and you've got a lot of people that are damn sure upset about it. Because, and here's why, and I said this at the start of the year, we're used to the race to 50 in Norman. We're used to the race to 50.
But let me ask you this:
people know you're going to win like that. You're going to win games.
This year in college football in the SEC, outside of the games outside of the SEC, inside the SEC, man, there's not been none
of them hardly.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, so that's
let's look it up. Let's look that up. That's a good call.
You know, so how many teams have scored 50?
But what I'm saying
in conference play.
The point I'm trying to make, though, Marcus, is that when you have a program that for the last 20 plus years has scored 50s a lot, that's how you competed, particularly for the last 8, 10, 12 years anyway.
But you scored 50 because you couldn't do what?
That's right, because you weren't playing more defense. No, I know why. I'm not saying that that's not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. Most of us understand and know that that's not the way to win in the SEC.
Correct.
But it doesn't change the fact that some people don't get that. Look, why can't you do both? Right. First off, doing both doesn't really. I know why, because it's complementary versus not complementary football, and we know that got your ass kicked in the playoff. I mean, there was one year that they should have won it, Baker's senior year, when he won the Heisman and went number 1. They were good enough to win it all. But
Ole Miss supposed to have had, I think, one of the top offenses in the SEC. And I don't think outside of the SEC, they, the games that they played in the SEC, I don't think they cracked. Hell, did they even make 40?
Hold on, let me tell you. I'll tell you right now where they are as far as like total offense and scoring offense. Let's go with total offense. Ole Miss is number 2 in total offense. That's 538 yards a game. Of course, they played a bunch of junk teams at the start of the year.
Yeah, but I'm talking about SEC
in the SEC. Okay.
Yeah, SEC teams. I don't think they scored over 40.
Yeah, I don't. Let's look at it. Let's look at the scores. Ole Miss scores. Okay.
I feel like they might have had a hard time beating 30.
They lost 20-17 to Kentucky. They 27-3 they beat South Carolina. Yeah, it was they lost 29-26 to LSU, had 26 against OU. So yeah, they're 2.
They ain't even got 30.
They haven't even
hit 30. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you look at this Oklahoma game, the stat wise, Oklahoma had more on time of possession, quite a bit more. 8 minutes. Oklahoma had more first downs. They had more total yards, but they only had 380. 311 passing yards.
Yeah.
69 rushing yards. OU held them to 69 rushing yards.
That's the best all year. Any defense has held that offense.
That's right. See, and that's what people don't understand that. And that's the whole, you got to do both. We know that. But the reason that you have such an uproar is because this is not what Oklahoma fans are used to right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And even last year, listen, when they didn't have good offensive games, they lost.
That's true. It's true. I mean, the defense, they're for the offense that, the woes that we've had, I think the defense done a hell of a job. Now, Saturday, I played tight end. Big Mike played tight end. And seeing that big boy out there, Ole Miss Rumble, man, you like, damn. I mean, he was getting and Mike, I know you saying that he was going 1,001, 1,002, and he was releasing, man. When he first come off the line, he was holding that tackle. He was acting like he was blocking for a little bit. And man, he just that little what I call a hot pass.
He ate their lunch on that shit, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, how in the hell is he so damn wide open? And then I looked the next time he did it. I said, "Oh, I got it." You know, it's like our linebacker was looking at him, and once they saw he was engaged, the eyes come off of him. And I think that's kind of what happened. But they figured it out. You know, they figured it out.
Mhm.
But yeah, man, it was to see the big man. I mean, that guy, he's huge, man. I remember him when he was at Memphis. And of course, you know, Ole Miss threw a bunch of money at him, and he's there. He's a big dude. I can tell you that. He's a big cat. He's a big
Ole Miss
target.
is at Arkansas this week. So I mean, if you're gonna get, and Arkansas's got a nice defense too. They actually, as much as people want to talk about Petrino, they've actually done pretty well defensively. You know, so I mean, I don't know. And you're right. Ole Miss can't afford to lose another game.
No.
They have to win out, or they're not getting to the playoff. And then what happens to their NIL money?
This was the year they were supposed to do it, bro. So
if they don't, is Lane leaving to Florida if that job opens up?
Nah, I don't think so. And let me tell you, let me tell you why I don't think so. His kids, I think, you know, when he was doing all that hopping around, man, his kids were not, they were young, you know. And I think he has a daughter there now. He has a son that's finna come back there and go to school. I mean, think about it. Lane's been there about 6 years now, bro. He's been there longer than you think.
Yeah.
And I think he's comfortable. I think he's gotten older enough to know, hey, look, man, if I go to Florida and this thing don't work, really, I'm out of football the way this thing is now. He was young enough back in those days to get another job. Now he's in his mid-40s. If he goes to Florida and doesn't make it, he'll be in his 50s. And I mean, that would be a killer, I think, if he leaves. But Florida right now, man, I don't know. I don't think they're gonna get rid of Billy Napier. I don't.
I mean,
I don't know
here's
if
my
they are
take
right
on
now.
Mississippi.
They're winning all of a sudden, and DJ Lagway, because they're going to lose DJ Lagway, and they don't want to do that.
Plus, I don't think Ole Miss is doing anything in the playoffs anyway if they make it. You know, they might win one, but like that, I don't see much happening out of them.
Yeah, but they held Trey Harris off, from what I was understanding, because he has like some kind of bruise or something. You know, those bruises could be funny. You know, we're dealing with Burks on that deal, but he's supposed to play against Arkansas. That's what I heard. But man, I just, you know, man, if we could get Burks back for this last part of the SEC run, for the yards that if he can give us the yardage he gave us them first 3 games, and what we got going on right now, oh come on, bro.
What team and what bowl would appease the fan base? Not that. Maybe whipping Noki Lights ass somewhere. I mean,
hey, just making a
SC
piece.
It'd be cool if they played SC. Whoop the shit out of Lincoln. I don't know though. You don't want to play him if you're gonna lose.
Well, that Lincoln here, boy, he's I think he has one more year after this, man.
I don't know that I don't think that they fire Lincoln this year. Although you hear a lot of people saying they will. And I'll tell you another thing. BV's not going anywhere unless if they were to lose this game this weekend, then yeah, all bets are off. They fire him. He may not make it off the field. But aside from losing to Maine
just got 60 put on them, did they not?
Yeah, they did. 65.
Who'd they play?
65. I don't even know who it was, but it was not good. Let's see. Let's take a look. Maine football score. It wasn't good.
Dude, I can tell you when Kroom first got to Mississippi State and he got rid of everybody, Maine was ranked, I want to say like number 2 or 3 in FCS, and they lost that ball game, bro. Oh,
It's like Saban losing to ULM that year, first year.
Yeah, man, it was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Georgia got beat by Vandy.
Man, unreal.
Yeah.
Who do they
They're
play?
like, whoa, bring Mark Richt back. No, let's see. Their last game, 24-14. They lost to Rhode Island. I don't see any of these 60 scores I was talking about, folks.
I just seen somebody in the chat said it. That's
Somebody
why.
said it in the chat. No, October 19th, they played Nova. They beat the shit out of them. They lost to Delaware. They beat Albany, Merrimack. They're winning. They winning most of their games. No, they lost big to Monmouth. They lost big to Montana State.
Is that a big D2 school?
Huh?
Mama, is that a D2?
I think it is.
Yeah.
FCS. Yeah. Yeah, and like Colgate and Montana State, I know is the FCS school, and they got smoked by Montana State. Delaware, I don't know about them. Rhode Island, I don't know about them. They lost.
Delaware FCS.
Villanova is FCS in football, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They beat the hell out of them, but yeah, I don't know. They shouldn't be on the field with OU for long.
Yeah. Yeah, hope we get to see a lot of these young boys
hanging
this
around
week.
with Snoop there, Kimberly K. I didn't say he was hanging out with them. I said he's sleeping like he was. He's a sleepy dog until he wants to be a pain in my ass. Oh, Norman. Nothing appeases this family. Nothing will. And look, they got to win. Look, you know what it is, and I'll say it again. Coach Venables understands it and actually embraces it. That's one of the things that I've always loved about him is that when he's like, "Hey, you know when you haven't played well, and they're going to give it to you."
And the kids know what's at stake. That's what a lot of people don't understand. These kids know what's at stake, man. They don't want to lose the guys that recruited them.
Facts.
Come on.
Facts.
They don't want to do that. They're going to play their ass off.
They love those.
To make sure that happens. Does not happen.
Yep.
You know?
I agree.
Like I seen Lil Mike got some burn this week, did he not?
Yeah, he got some burn. He
deserves some
touch. I think he gave up that last touchdown right there. Should have been
he had that eyes
in a
looking
different
a little
spot.
bit.
Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering
it's got to happen, man. It's those things have to happen.
For you to get better. That's right. They were talking about
Makari
Vickers. They were talking about Makari Vickers and how he played against Texas. Hell, he hadn't played all year. What did you expect?
Yeah.
And then we're seeing the guys that have played all year not doing well. I mean, we've been earlier in the show. We were talking about Kenai Walker. Kenai has not been good lately. You got to get those young guys in. You got to.
Yeah, and Mike, you wasn't. I don't know.
Learn.
Man, we was talking about the young guys, man, and just about the learning experience, and you can't put. You hear everybody put all these young guys in on the offensive line, man. You can't put 4 freshmen out there together.
No,
you can't fucking do that, man. Excuse my language, but I'm just saying
you don't have to use your language. You talk how you
know. I mean, you can't do that shit.
No, you can't.
I mean, even with Lil Mike and them, you still have to have somebody out there with those guys, man. To help them along the way, because you don't come in this game in this era and just I'm the dude. They talk about the kid over there at Alabama. Well, shit, he got some more guys around him that's helping him.
And he wasn't that good last year.
No, I'm talking about the freshman kid. I'm talking about the freshman receiver kid.
They had a freshman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he has
talking about Jordan Seaton at CU. Okay, yeah, he's at CU, not in the SEC.
Right. So don't give me that bull, man. I can't deal with that. Lil Mike and them, they gonna get in there and they gonna play hard. Yeah. And they gonna make some damn mistakes.
They have to make mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes, man. And in football, the
only way you learn.
You gotta flush it. You gotta flush it because next play.
Everybody got to have that next play.
He was butthurt after the game.
He's gonna knock the shit out of somebody and blow up.
Well, that's what I told him.
He's gonna change things for a football game coming soon. right? I mean, you
Well,
just
that's
know
what I
what's
told
gonna
him.
happen.
I told him, I'm like, all right, you got beat. I was
He's
like, now you
eager.
got Maine next week, and somebody's gonna have to pay. You have to make
That's
somebody pay
right.
for that.
Yeah.
Like
Your ass
somebody's got to pay.
pay for
Somebody
the
gotta pay.
sins, baby.
And as soon as that gets put on film, then the rest of the
Mhm.
SEC is gonna be like, oh shit, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna say this one more time. Teddy Lehman doesn't give out praise like that to anybody. He played with
Yeah.
Roy Williams and said this is the best he's ever seen at this school.
I'm gonna tell you about the whole class. That class,
Class is
that 20,
insane.
that 24
Underrated.
class, I'm
Underrated.
telling you, it's the attitude that I see with these guys. And Mike, I didn't
Yeah.
tell you, the Tennessee
Yeah.
game. Me and you was talking about getting the picture, which I never got the picture, man. But anyway,
Struggling.
we come out of the dorm, and there's two Tennessee guys, young guys. They sitting right there talking junk to some kid that's going. I don't know who it was, but it was an OU player. It was a young guy. And he asked the kid's like, hey man, what you doing here? You need to leave. And me and my wife and Isaiah was walking out. And he said, Mom, keep walking. My wife was like, no. I said, babe, let's walk. He walked back in there. I don't know what he said or what he did, but them two summer guns, they was hauling ass the other way. And that's what I'm saying about these guys. I mean, they got a little nastiness about them, bro.
I mean, your son is a monster, bro.
And dude, a lot of people don't know this.
They're gonna go the other way.
And dude, here's the deal. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm not saying this because,
Hey, I seen the picture. You sent me that picture. I was like,
dude.
And
what I'm saying about this right here, Isaiah led our conference in 15-yard penalties for unnecessary roughness as an offensive line. That you can ask Coach Hoops, anybody. And it was because when he's fed up. He's an easygoing guy. He's a yes sir, yes ma'am guy. That's who he was raised to be. But when on that field, you ain't got a damn friend, bro. And if he can't have the attitude, then his ass don't need to be playing college football. And that's how we raise him. And and I think a lot of kids, we're around them. I think they have that. I hate to say it, they got that I don't give a shit attitude. You bring it, you're gonna get your ass. We're gonna bring it back to you. And I think that's the type kid that BV. And you done heard this statement. He got the right stuff. How many times you heard that from B? That's what he's talking about. Is his character and his want to win, his will to win. Lil Mike, I see it. I see what the hell Lil Mike is bringing to the table. Lil Mike want to fucking kill you, man. He don't want you to have no rest at night when you get through playing. He wants your ass taking ibuprofen.
He is. He's got it in a headhunter.
You see what I'm saying?
You know else like Powers.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think that 24K mentality, man. Y'all think I'm joking. Just watch.
Look at Jaden Jackson.
Yes.
Ballers, bro. They got some studs.
Yeah.
Oh, you see Stoney out there flashing now.
Stoney doing well, man.
Flashing now.
He's flashing.
Yeah.
He is.
Man, and these are all kids that are true freshmen.
Little Eli Bowen out there.
Yeah.
Locking people down.
That's what I'm saying.
Eli Bowen is the #1 rated freshman in PFF, period.
Are you serious?
Oh,
I didn't know that.
He's sticky as shit, bro.
He is.
Man, but that's what I'm talking about. These fans are not seeing what's back there. And I'm gonna talk about my guy. I gotta talk about my guy Eddie. Man, Eddie, my dog, bro. Eddie Pierre. Oh man,
it's fun, man.
Man,
there's another of the lawyers. I'm
gonna tell you right now, bro. You don't want none. You don't want none. I don't know what the situation. I'm telling you, Eddie a grown man.
Nice as
Eddie
hell,
a grown man, bro.
But put him on the field.
Hey,
put him on the field.
I mean, you got 4 games left with a bunch of freshmen who redshirt right now is now his reserve. So I definitely think you're gonna see him against Maine. And if they do well, I think you sprinkle those guys in.
No, they need to hey, they need to have series.
They got
They
to
need to
Yeah,
have some series.
yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
they need to rotate those dudes in and get them some substantial clock in some of these big
Right.
games coming up.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's what they may do. I can't say that
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure. I don't know, but
I
I think that's what
yeah.
needs to happen. You know,
Hmm.
I mean, I'm talking from a coach's standpoint. I was telling somebody earlier that I was coaching. We had a year like, well, we're not gonna make the playoff, and I had some ninth graders. I'm like, look, buckle y'all shit up. Y'all finna play. For
Hmm.
real, coach. I mean, and they was killing it on the B team. Mississippi, we call it the B team. They was killing it on the B team. I said, man, we just want to see. The head coach was like, hey, we want to just see what they got. Man, we put them little jokers in. Yeah, we had some blown assignments. Yes, we did. But the effort and them flying around and knocking the hell out of folks, man, we got excited about what we saw because going in the spring, we kind of knew what we had. So we can make the adjustments, okay, you know what? We watched him in 3 games last year. Let's move him over here. Let's move this guy right here. So that can happen also. If you play some of these guys in sprinkles, you can kind of see what you got, and then you can make those adjustments in the spring.
Yeah.
But I can tell you what, hey, I'll tell you, brother Eddie, he ain't getting that bull, bro. I'm serious about that. I'm
Yeah,
serious about
Eddie's the
that.
real deal, man.
Oh yeah, he's a
Dude.
real deal, bro.
Guy ran a freaking sub 4.7 at 300 pounds. Come on.
Yeah. And then I know the last thing we went to, I think annual course Isaiah's a lot bigger now, so I don't know what his time will be. But he did. I think Isaiah ran a 4.98. He's a lot bigger now. I don't know if he can run that now.
Awesome.
I think he said he ran like a 5 something when they last time he did, and that was with the new weight on him. When he first put that weight on, he was kind of struggling a little bit, but now the weight has kind of settled in, so he's moving good with the weight now. Because Isaiah won but 288 when he got here, and he got up 318, so he's around. Man, it fluctuates. I guess 315, something like that, maybe.
Wow.
But I think that's good weight for a freshman. Saying that he still got 4 more years to put weight on. You're gonna have to,
Smitty built.
Smitty built, man, and man, he'll tell you he's a coach, he's a dad, man. Smitty crazy. He said, but he said he gets everything out of you, bro. I mean, that's what he's there for, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's there for. He's there to push your ass till you can't go no damn more.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of like you said, talking about the fan base, they don't know what these kids go through. They go through a lot. Being Bo, I'm telling you right now, he's got it together. He does not have. Now you talk about all these years, all the awards and all the kids he had, and then you talking about 1 year. You talking about man, go jump off a cliff. I'm just being honest with you. Go jump off a cliff. Yeah. Being Bo is my dude. As Ice Cube says, we down like 4 flat tires. So
that I like.
Hey,
we down like 4 flat
bro.
tires. I like it. So. And you know what? That's how it needs to be here too. I mean, we're talking about. Look, say what you want, but the guy has more money in the league than anybody else.
Yes,
that doesn't just happen. Hey, Mom.
Man, he don't brag about that shit either, bro.
I know he doesn't.
And they had to make all the signs and all the stuff that you seen, on Twitter. And man, they had to make that stuff happen. Beabo didn't give a shit about saying that or anything. I have never, ever in my life heard him say, well, this guy won the league and I had this guy in the league. He never, bro. He
That's
has
not how
never
it is.
said anything about that.
He doesn't have to, and he doesn't recruit like that either. Which
No.
probably, people probably wish he did a little more, but
No, because
that's not who
I'm
he is.
gonna tell
That's who he
you
is.
what he likes. He has a specimen. I think he has a certain type that he likes.
Sure.
He don't give a damn whether you're 4, 5, 3, whatever the hell. He likes what he likes. He likes to mold that into what he wants from the weight room. He told me, I want Isaiah this weight at this time. I want him at this weight at this time. I want him at this weight. That's the kind of shit we was looking for.
Right. Wow.
You see what I'm saying? He said, because he didn't seen it. Okay, at 18, I want him at this weight because I don't want him to lose his flexibility. Okay, then when he get a little bit stronger in the weight room and we want him at this weight. I don't want him at this weight till he can, lift or hit this on the reps. Then I want him at that weight. That's what we talked about. We didn't talk about Creed Humphreys.
Yeah,
we didn't talk about that. I mean, he was. I brung Creed Humphreys up because, I run a mega camp, and when we were just doing the combine, there was a kid that came in from Oxford. That came to Oxford he was coming on a visit to Ole Miss to a camp, but just so happened he came to our camp, and he came, and David Johnson, the 24/7 sports writer, my business partner, saw him and wrote a big ass article about him. He whooped everybody ass in the camp. Everybody. He whooped everybody in the camp. And next thing you know, he's at Oklahoma and becomes an All-American. And this kid, when I got a chance to see him for the first time, I asked him I said, man, you remember coming to the Southern Elite Camp in Mississippi? He laughed and he was like, man, I remember that. He said, it was like one of my first camps. I said, well, man, I'm part owner of that camp, and, just, at that time, I were, but, he was like, he loved it, man. And, but Big Bill, man, he never mentioned none of that kind of stuff, man. Never. That's what I love about him. He let his work speak for itself.
Yep.
I don't think there's another coach in college football, offensive line coach. I don't care if his ass is, I don't care where you get him from. They're not going to have the pedigree that he has.
I'll tell you this much. Saban tried to hire him before Kyle Flood and after Kyle Flood.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it didn't happen,
Neither
so
time.
He's been loyal to this program. That's for sure.
Matt Luke could be another one of those guys you think about as one of the better ones, right?
Oh, Matt Luke is a friend of mine, man. Matt, when I first started my 7-on-7 stuff, man, he was the head coach at Ole Miss. And Matt he's a man. Think about what he did at Georgia, bro. Those first championship years, who was the offensive line coach?
That's right.
Where is he at now? Clemson?
Yep.
And what is Clemson doing right now? He's pretty good.
How many coaches have won the what's the damn award now?
Oh, Joe Moore or something like that.
The Joe Moore Award.
Yeah. Joe Moore.
Not many of them. There's not a lot of guys that are active in college football right now that have won the Joe Moore Award that are still line coaches.
Definitely. And like I say, like the shirt Jay wears, I'm gonna have to get me one of those shirts. And Bill we trust.
Oh yeah. And hey man, I love it too, man. And Big Bill we trust, and all of them, and that's the thing is truly. Here's the thing, guys. I'm just being real about the way that it is around there, and I think that there's an expectation level that hadn't been met for sure. When it comes, but I think you have to listen. I'm not not even kind of close to being in the boat of let's get rid of Coach V. Now I do think he needs to get more. He's going to have to get more assertive when it comes to the offensive side of the football too. I don't think that you can't even have you can't afford the look of you mailing in this next hire. You can't.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think, I don't think that's going to happen, bro. I mean, he knows the sincerity of
That's
everything.
Yeah.
And I think that's a crystal clear message, regardless of, how well Joe John does, man. And, and I'm gonna say this. I hate it for him because
it's his alma mater too.
It's his alma mater. And dude, I'm gonna tell y'all, he's a damn good
That's
football
awesome.
coach.
Yeah.
He's a good football coach, man.
You haven't heard anything bad out of him, out of everywhere he's coached. You haven't heard anything bad.
Dude, he can recruit. He went out and got. I mean, we haven't seen him yet. You might see Devon Mitchell Saturday. You never know.
Yeah, except who got him. I mean, a lot of people will say, no, that was Hawkins because they played together.
Well, I did. Okay, yeah, that's right. They did play. Were they at Allen or something together? What were they
were at Allen together?
Okay, okay, that's true. I heard that.
Listen, in the end, I'm not bad. Look, who's to say he hasn't done? They've been struggling to get the guys like him because he was a badass when he was there. You know what I mean? Joe John was a dog.
Yeah,
flat out. He was one of the best ones. And I mean, you don't think of him when you think they don't always bring his name up first whenever they start talking about great OU tight ends, but he was definitely one of them. Jermaine Gresham comes up. Obviously, you're going to go all the way back to the guys back in the 80s, Keith Jackson, and those dudes are going to come up. Obviously, the guy at Baltimore. Oh shit! I can't believe that I would.
Andrews.
Yes, of course.
But I can tell you
great guys, but they've been here more recently, right? And of course, Jermaine Gresham was. I mean, dude. If there was anybody that was close to Keith, it was him. You know what I mean? Jermaine was unbelievable.
But I can tell you,
that's what Devon looks like too, to me.
Yeah, Devon, dude, if you see that kid walking around, you like, shit.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, he's different. He looks completely different, though. Like he's solid now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about now. You see
it? Bro, yeah. He looked different, dude. He looked different.
Dude, yeah.
Oh, he looked like a grown man, bro. He does. I mean, I don't know what the situation is with him, or he might be in the same situation that some of the other freshmen are in. But damn, if he doesn't look good, bro, he damn sure look good. I can tell you that right now.
I think his adjustment to college may have been part of it too. And I mean, let's not forget that he's 17.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't look 17, bro.
No, I know. And well, that's why. And look, I mean, we talked about that too. Look, you think about this class, and I'm just going to talk about you guys as kids right here. Both of them 3 stars for the most, right? High 3s, maybe 4s by somebody, right? You got one that's got a 4. Same with Devon. He drops 2. He was the #1 recruit for the 25 class in the state of California. The number 1 recruit. He moved up to the 24K class. They dropped him 150 spots in most of them or more.
Yeah.
Now, ESPN kept him in the top 100. That's the only one that did. Nobody gives a shit about ESPN's recruiting. Nobody even looks at it. You know what I mean? No. They just don't. But that's the only one that kept him in their top 100. So, okay, so he's a 5-star if he waits a year. But he's not a first rounder if he's for coming out. I mean, because that's what a 5-star is supposed to be, first rounder. That's a projected first rounder. So because he moved up, he's not still projected as a first rounder. This is why the stars don't mean anything all the time. They just don't always mean anything. But if you look, okay, Jaden Jackson, he was ranked in the 400s whenever he got the commitment to OU. 400s. He moved up to the top 150. He's a starter day 1 at Oklahoma and killing it. That's not a 5-star?
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. You take Mike, you take Lil Mike. You put Lil Mike in Mississippi at high school football. Dude, he's a high 4.
Sure.
He's a high 4. He's
got the size for it.
The only thing that and I tell kids, and I do a show about recruiting all the time, and I'm finna do one in 2 weeks.
Please. Plug it.
And the Gridiron Insight, guys. Y'all can find me there on YouTube.
And it's
But
in the description.
but
as
check
we
this
speak
out though,
right now,
man.
my
This is real talk, and this is what I hate about recruiting agencies. And I'm a business partner with one, dude.
Mhm.
Once a kid commits or he don't go to the camps that some of these people want them to go to, they stick it to the kid. And I know they done that to mine because once we realized we was going to OU,
Stop.
we didn't go nowhere else. And it wasn't
Why waste
because,
money?
it was why? I mean, why did I need to go to your camp? Why did I need to go to your camp? I had a coach call me and say, hey, coach, you guys coming down? So look, man, we're committed. Well, man, that, you still can come to camp. I'm like, why do I need to go to your camp? What do we have to prove?
Yep.
And then hey, look, dude,
Get him hurt.
2 years, 2 weeks later, when the ranking came out, he dropped.
Sure.
Mhm.
And I know that guy had something to do with it. But guess what? Like I told Isaiah, we don't give a shit about that. We go play in the Mississippi-Alabama game every year. If you go back the last 10 years, they have had at least 14 players in that game play in the NFL.
That's right.
And guess what?
Shit.
He killed it.
Yeah,
Against guys that's going to Alabama, guys that's going to Auburn, guys that's going all over the country.
That's what I try to tell people all the time too.
Alabama too, Oregon, Missouri. I mean, he had what he wanted, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not looking at the offer sheet, then what the hell are you looking at? If you're a sports writer, you're not looking at this kid's offer sheet. What in the hell are you looking at?
That's like, okay, so Sooner Cowboys, the biggest pain in the ass in my damn comment section. Biggest pain in the ass in there. All they care about is the stars. That's all some of these guys care about. And it's because, you know what, they've been conditioned to do it. It's not necessarily their fault.
Yeah.
You get conditioned to it, though. It's like, why the Bill Bedenbaugh shit is always going on? You know why? Because he never gets these 5-star guys.
Man,
you know what? He doesn't give a shit how many stars you have. He goes and gets the guys he wants to get.
The last 5-star guy Bill Bedenbaugh had, what happened to him?
I don't even remember. It didn't go well, I don't think.
I think he ended up like at Texas State or somewhere like that.
Something like that, yeah. It's not all of them.
And I'm not saying that, it's just that he just
hungry.
He looks at the person, but he don't even look at the ranking. And a lot of time, if I call it disabling effect.
The eval.
The eval. Once he does the eval and he gets that offer, then guess what? These little damn they all of them they look at. Oh, okay, he's off. So boom, you rank this kid. Well, now why your ass didn't have him ranked before when he was just at your camp 2 weeks ago? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I've seen that shit happen.
About Walker, he was talking about Walker that ended up at Texas State or whatever, right?
I don't remember his name. I just knew he was a 5-star guy. But what I'm saying is, I have seen kids go to rivals, burn it up, tear it up. They have a ranking. Then all of a sudden, these kids get an offer from Bama, and then they're a 4-star.
That's right.
It's called the saving.
Well, there's a lot of schools that do the lazy eval, right? They wait for a school like Alabama, Oklahoma, somebody to do their eval, offer them. Yeah, and then they go offer the kid.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. So, you're exactly right on that.
I mean, Ryan, I disagree with you, man. I do think there is some stars. Stars do matter.
Sometimes they do matter. They do matter for the kid. They do
matter.
They matter to the kid. They matter to the kid.
It's not that the kids need to care about them. It's that they matter for their. You know why they matter? Because they're putting a damn money value next to the shit.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Look at On 3. Mm-hmm. They got a money value on it. And I'm gonna tell you this, Jason.
The second this is what putting money on it. It matters.
It matters. And I'm gonna tell you this. If you go look up the top kids in the country, how they became the top kids in the country is not because 24/7 rivals or On 3 made them the top kids in the country. It's because of their offer sheet. Mm-hmm. And once they get that offer sheet, then these guys go and they look and they see. You're not going to get a ranking if you don't have any offers. If you're a true ranking service and you got a camp that you have supposed to be for that, why aren't you ranking kids without an offer?
That's right.
They don't do it.
Right.
So the thing about it is these ranking servers, they wait on the Bill Bedenbowes and the Sabins and the Dan Landrys. They wait on wait on those guys.
Larry Johnson or your Ohio State guys, they're always 5 stars, right? Your Georgia guys are always 5 stars, right? Your Alabama guys are always 5 stars, right? Because they always go there. You look at when Texas A&M got those 5 or the 4 5 stars in the one, and then they had the high end 4 stars. Well, they ended up with like 5 total in the quote unquote greatest recruiting class of all time. What did that get them? 8-4 was their best record with it.
Yep.
And then it got Jimbo's ass fired because they weren't doing shit with it. So, but we were talking about Nigel Smith. There's another guy that he looks. I mean, his numbers, everything he did in high school, his size, his wingspan, all that stuff. And Nigel's a dog. Talk about an athlete, man. His dad played professional basketball. I watched the kid. Like, there's a video that I have on my set. He goes up and dunks it, just gets the ball in the paint and goes up, dunks it, and the ball like stops on the ground because he dunks it so hard. And this is from flat-footed, just boom. And so he had an offer from Ohio State from 21 on. If he goes to Larry Johnson because he had 15 All-Americans, that's a 5-star.
Dude, say it. Speak on it. Hey, 24K, baby. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm telling you. But, and even, okay, so our guys that, I don't know if you've ever seen the High Top Sports. I love High Top Sports. They're my boys over there. Florida guys, right?
Okay.
They're wild as shit, but they're fun. But, and you think we're crazy. They're wild. But I tell you, they were really upset. Lagway was a part of this. I'm trying to remember what the name of that fucking running back. So there's a running back. He's a top 100 kid, right? Stud. I forget who it was, but he's a top 100 kid. He commits to Florida. This is last year, or it would have been for the 24 class. Commits to Florida, drops 200 spots. Later, and they're like, what the fuck? And it happened with Lagway too. Lagway went back to the top at the end of the year, but they had him out of the top 100 for a while. Same shit. He committed there. They were bitching about it. A lot of people were throwing a fit. They had him dropped out of it. A couple had him up, a couple had him down. And it's just the way it was because he hadn't gone to their camp or whatever. Mm-hmm. Goes to Elite 11, doesn't have a great Elite 11. So they, that justified it for some of them. But then, so that running back we're talking about, he flips towards the end of the cycle. He flips to Georgia, immediately back in the top 100.
Yep.
Because he flipped to Georgia.
Sure.
So, and
look at the kid at Tupelo.
They got a hold of Terry. They got a hold of Terry. He came on the show, and it was wild that the dude admitted that we don't see them all. No, and you know what? We will take suggestions from coaches we trust. Like,
that's true.
The wide receiver coach at Ohio State, Brian Hartline. I'm good friends with Brian Hartline. He tells me something about a kid, and he admitted this was the funny one. He says, we had a kid that we dropped because on what Hartline said, that apparently he fell asleep in a meeting and he had some stuff going on. He had some stuff going on at home that was worrisome. So we dropped him. Some home issues. That drops you. Not that we saw him and he wasn't as good as everybody was telling us. His home life isn't that great. And not that he was getting in trouble, because you better not be saying shit like that. But what's really going on? So, look, we could sit here and act like that they are the end all be all, and they're not. They matter because of what?
Yeah, I mean they're the gatekeepers in so
They're
many
gatekeepers.
ways.
Damn right they are.
They the
I had a
fucking
receiver. You
gatekeepers,
know
man.
what? I had a receiver in San Antonio that smoked Anthony Evans all year. That he was kicking the shit out of him and Greathouse, Jaden Greathouse. 20 touchdowns for the year. He had a 20 catch game. Never got a star. He only played that 1 year. It was they didn't let him play the year before. It was a bad situation for him, but it wasn't because of his grades. It wasn't because he was a bad kid or nothing. Yeah, I sent you that video the other day.
Yeah.
Stud.
Hey, the kid that we talked about, I was talking to his mom. You bring that kid here, and he goes to a couple of good camps. Just say a mega camp like I run.
Yeah.
Dude, he will be a 3-star kid, middle of the road 3-star kid. But I guarantee you, he will have
Offers everywhere, right?
He will have
Big
at
kid.
least 50. He will have some offers. I'm not saying they'll all be P4 offers, but
Sure.
the Latex, the Louisiana Monroes, the Southern Miss, the Jacksonville State. Man, he will have those type offers, bro.
Mhm. And why isn't he getting them? And he even said it. His mother told me this. They just said he looks great, but he plays in a tough state. They just don't have very good competition there, is what he said.
And see, that's why if
He
you're
goes
not
to
at
their camps and he's killing it at their camp, but he doesn't play good enough competition for them to get
right.
him,
And that's a bunch of BS, man. That's the reason why I do the 7-on-7, because we got a bunch of 1A and 2A kids.
Yep.
We get a chance to take these kids all over the country. And actually, I don't give a damn what nobody say. Coaches look at 7-on-7 film because I've had them call me and ask me for it. For the simple fact, this guy is at a class 2A, and he's going up against a kid who's, at a big 7A somewhere out in Texas, and we're playing against them, and he's smoking them. So guess what? They want to see that because they're never going to get that matchup on his high school film.
Uh-huh.
They're never going to get that matchup. So I can say this, and guess what? These rival guys and these 24/7 and these media guys, hey man, you got a clip on that? When you tell you, look, he's going to, oh man, appreciate it. And they'll do a whole damn story on the kid, and shit, they ain't gonna tell nobody where they got it from.
Yep.
I mean, but it's their gatekeepers, bro. They are gatekeepers.
They are.
And it's unfortunate that I got a
coaches
kid
make
right
their
now
money
with
off of
31 offers and no ranking. I got a kid right now in Georgia that has 31 offers and not one 24/7 ranking.
Yeah.
I just talked to my guy last week about getting his profile. His 9th grade profile is up there. He doesn't have a profile that's up to date. We got that up to date. Got his height and weight changed.
Yeah,
and we're gonna try to get him in the system.
Their parents
to get
don't know this, and most people. I mean, shit. If you haven't been through it, how would you know?
Yeah. Now this kid dad is a football coach.
Mm-hmm.
He reached out to everyone. But I'm gonna tell you, the mentality of some of these guys, the arrogance of some of these dudes is unfreaking real.
Yeah, God forbid you go and call them or whatever, or send them tape. Or something like that.
Now you got some really good guys, man. You got some really, really good guys out there, but not all of them. Some of them, they'll call you back and hey man, what you got? And then you can talk to them and kind of walk through some stuff, and they'll do right by you. But I've seen that happen, and I'm not bashing every writer out there because my best friend is one, and we talk every day. But there are some guys that he can't get along with, and he's a writer.
Sure.
he can't deal with them, bro.
Well, I mean,
and that's what he does every day.
It happens. Listen, I mean, writers are pains in the asses too. I've been one. I am one. Look, everybody's got their own little axes to grind and shit that I mean, it's always about you and what you're doing. But, and like, you think about guys like Parker and Brandon and all them. It's not that I think that sometimes, and I'm not the hugest fan of Parker, but I'll just say there's been some things that have happened. Like if they listen to a kid that's saying he's going here, going there, or whatever, and they're reporting that like they normally should.
Yeah.
You know, and Coach Top, 95% of coaches are narcissistic. Yeah, at least. At least. Hey, man, they're about their record. There's a lot of things, man.
Yeah,
But-
it is, man.
Look,
but this guy made a statement. It was one of the truest statements. He said, Marcus, you know, as a coach, I don't give a damn about stars. I don't.
Coach
said,
Roybal says it all the time.
He said, but here's the deal. Now but he's a coach dad. He said, but now they messing with his money. I'm like, they messing with his money.
That's what I just said. You can't say that stars don't matter anymore because they just attach the money value to it.
And when they attach the money value to it, then you pulling everybody in, Jason. You pulling, parents are looking like, okay, this kid is getting this, and my kid's right beside him doing the same thing, and that's the problem. Well, he's a 3-star. Your kid's 4. This kid's 4. Bullshit.
Surely.
So that's the kind of thing that this ranking system I feel like has hurt, and that's one thing.
Answer this question.
Go ahead.
This question. Hey, you answer it.
What is
the ranking system get paid for ranking these kids? Of course they do.
Yeah, they do.
Because they do the chance.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, bro. And then, when they rank a kid, and I'm going to tell you another thing, guys. Once that kid find a writer that he likes, sometimes he won't answer another writer. He'll just only answer that guy. And that guy get that big story. And then the more views from his story, and man, then he becomes, oh yeah, man, he had that 5-star kid. He did the write-up on that 5-star kid. Trust me, I know. I've been all through this business.
Well, look at Hayes Fawcett. Hayes Fawcett from doing his edits. Look at what he's turning. They only go to Hayes for that shit. They only go to Hayes for it.
Yes.
he's not the only dude that's a pretty good graphics artist. I got to tell you guys. But he's the guy they talk to.
And we got a guy here in Mississippi that does the same thing, And
I'm not talking shit about Hayes. He does.
No, I like Hayes, man. I mean, he's okay. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Saying, it's crazy that the stuff that they ain't going to nobody else, and there's people that are out there that do amazing work.
Yeah,
they immediately call.
He has a
because he's got.
He's got a market right now.
Damn right he does.
And he has a market and. He's working it, and I mean, more power to him. I like what he's doing.
Ain't wrong. Look, see?
Yeah. So
he works for Big 3 for On 3 now. He's like one of their big guys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yes,
the thing about it is, man, these guys are making money too, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And just think about it. Okay, you got 3 agencies now. You got the big 2. I'm gonna say 24/7 and On 3. So. You have seen a lot of guys leave 24/7 and go to On 3 because of the money.
Terry owned every damn one of the 3 of them.
Yes, sir. I would like to have his non-compete doggone contract, bro.
He keeps telling them and then starting a competition up.
Yes, man. But you got to realize right now what he's doing. He's buying all the best writers from 24/7 over to On 3. Look at it.
Yeah.
What's his name? Steve Winfarm was the guy. Where is he at now?
On 3.
On 3.
He was at 247 before that. Parker and Brennan were at 247. They went to Rivals last year.
Okay. Yeah. And so what I'm saying is this right here. If you have the big story and you can get that kid to talk to you and you're getting the clicks and the likes and the views, man, it's just like anything else. They have a chance to move up in that world too.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
So if they got a kid that they can promote and, slap that 4-star on him, and that's the kid that talks to them. And
the other part too. The other part too. Coach Top, you're adding in very nice information that is absolutely true. I appreciate you bringing that to the show right now. Coaches' incentives in their contract for certain class ranks and recruiting. You know damn good and well that's
it is, bro. It is. It's no different than if you finish in the top 5 in the country.
Right.
A lot of coaches have incentive for winning the conference. different things like that. So yeah, it's a lot of incentives in this stuff. This thing is become a wake up everyday business.
That's
I
right.
remember when football was just
It's a
football
racket.
season.
Rhyme Lemon just said it right. It's a racket.
you know,
It is.
and you look at it like right now, and I'm a football guy. I do camp, so you can
Listen, I'm
include
not-
me. No. I'm
But
just
not-
saying
I'm
it
just
has
saying,
got to the point where
somebody got to get.
somebody got to do it. But
Hey.
here's the thing. This is what we do at the Southern Elite.
Right.
We'll have a fall camp December the 14th, I believe, and at Oxford High School. We want all these ninth graders to come because a lot of these we haven't seen them. My guy from 24/7 Sports, he can't go all over the state, bro. So he comes. Then we bring in 25 guys, the 25 guys that are bubble kids or don't have an offer, and we invite every JUCO in the state.
You know how many people I'm not saying anything bad about it. What I'm telling you is the rankings aren't always right.
No,
but doing stuff like what you guys do to help them get looked at. I mean, we're talking about our my guy here from New Mexico. He should be playing somewhere, and nobody's looking. He's about to be a 2-time All-State 6'4" defensive end. He's a menace. They're going to win their 3rd state championship it looks like they will. He's going to be a 2-time first-team All-State guy, and not a single offer.
You know what one coach said about that kid?
What?
Coach, there's got to be something wrong with him. I said, no, man.
I've heard that shit way too much. Coach Top.
He said, man, there's got to be something wrong with him. I said, no, man, there's nothing wrong with him. He said, where you get this kid from? So I told him the situation. He was like, man, we're going to put him on the board. We're going to look at him. And I said, okay. And I even, talked to the JUCO here. It's like, okay, man, is his grades? Nope. Is he a bad kid? Nope. What's the situation? I said, man, this kid come play one semester. And that's the deal about JUCO in Mississippi. Mm-hmm. Dude, you only got to play one semester.
Right.
You play one semester and you're up out of here.
You're out. Yeah, because they know they're good.
Because the colleges, they're coming. And so that's why what we try to offer.
It's not for everybody, though.
It's not for everybody, man. That's why we try to offer, our camp we do in June, we do a mega camp. We had 50 colleges, man, from Colorado to damn Southern Miss, Ole Miss, USC, a bunch of HBCUs, some NIA. It's a mixture of colleges because everybody don't get that shot because of these rankings and ratings. You take Trey Harris, that's at Ole Miss. He was at La Tech. He wasn't a 4-star, bro.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, the number of kids.
Cam Ward. Think about Cam Ward. He's an incommon word.
I remember when I was like, man, this guy a dude.
He was already a stud.
Yes.
I mean, we can sit here and we can love on DJ Kinney, and I think he's a great coach. But he just unlocked him is all. Put him on his team.
Put him on his team. Unlocked it. That's right. And so that's what a lot of parents have to look at outside of the big boys.
Right.
And I think a lot of coaches, to find these studs, I think they have to look outside of the big boys. Yep. I think they have to go to grassroots programs like myself. I mean, we got kids that they're in the NFL right now. Creed Humphreys didn't have a star, didn't have a write-up until he came to the Southern Elite. So I think when you do grassroots recruiting, and I think OU does that, and soon as OU offer one of them, then, your sports writers they're going to start digging, and then they're going to do their assessments.
He's talking about Janty at Boise State, played on the same team as Marvin Mims in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Marvin, yeah.
So yeah, man, it's a dog-eat world when it comes to the recruiting and the ranking system. And the ranking system and I think it's going to change. I think it's going to change even more. You know, I think on 3, I think within 2 years, on 3 will be your top dog.
I think they're already pretty much there, right?
I don't know. I mean,
They've got
24/7 is owned by CBS now. So
okay, so they got, but all they really got left at CBS right now, as far as the big name guys, Josh Pate, and he's not a recruiting guy.
No, and you know what? You really don't. Man, I didn't really know Josh was with them. I watch this show all the time. And you know, you're right. He is the biggest name they got right now.
Mm-hmm.
He is everybody else is gone. All the big time guys in Georgia, all those guys are on 3 guys now.
Yep.
So, you know, we'll see. I mean, you know, like I say, you know, I'm glad that OU does the grassroots deal. Besides, you know, looking at, I mean, look at the kids they offer, and then you'll see later on, hey, this kid started getting ranked. Let's look at him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But BV and them does a real good job with
character. Scientist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, Shannon Terry.
Yeah, Shannon.
Yeah. I mean, you know, so hey man, we'll see. We'll see. Well, man, I got to get ready to get out of here. My wife got a basketball game tonight.
4 hours. 4 hours we've been streaming today. It's a new record for Jason. It's a new record.
Yeah,
but,
my
hey,
wife got a basketball game tonight, man. So I'm gonna get out of here and go support her, man. Get up to the school.
Get after it.
Yeah, man. So, man, I appreciate you guys. Anytime, man. Jason, just give me a call. If I'm free, you know I'm with you, bro.
Hey, man. Love having you on the show, man. Plug yourself here. Hey, talk to us about this All-Star game you got coming up and plug it up. Let's go.
Well, we got the Southern Elite, man. It's a combine, bro. And well, if you're a kid anywhere in the country and you want to get a chance to play at a JUCO, or you're a 9th grader or a 10th grader and you want to get on the scene by being seen by 24/7 Sports, guys, you can come down to our camp, man. It's going to be December 14th. I think starting time is at 9 a.m. Next time I'm on, man, I have the link, and I'll let you put the link down there. They can go on the link and check it out, man. And we're grassroots. I mean, we don't care about you having. We really want the kids that are hungry. We don't want the kids that, you know, that I'm a 4-star. Hey, you already got yours. We want the kids to want to be seen.
Yeah.
And it's been a blessing for us.
It's so important too.
It's very important. And same way with the mega camp, man. The mega camp we do in June, man. I mean, we had 1,008 kids, and I'm gonna say this is what we do know. We know there was over 100 offers out of that mega camp.
Wow.
And that's a lot. You know, because I want to say we had 400 of those kids were freshmen and sophomores. So that took up half of it. But the juniors, you know, and seniors, I want to say about 60 guys out of the junior senior class got offers, and ain't no telling how many got visits and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not just talking about ours. You go to any grassroots place like that, they have colleges on their campus because they're looking at you. You go to Rivals, and nothing against Rivals, go to Rivals, but you don't have college coaches actually looking at you. And we wear the catapults, you know, the catapult vest.
Yeah.
So when they get through with us, you know, if take Memphis for instance, man, when we got done, Memphis was emailing us, man, what about this kid? Can you send me his information? They had 9 kids that they want their catapults information on. Mm-hmm. So that's what we try to do, man. We try to grassroot it out. We try to make it where a coach can get everything from you. And, you know, unlike some of the other camps that go on, we want to make sure we have coaches on there that's looking at you. Because, you know, and I'm going to get off. If you got a coach at La Tech, he might be you're a 9th grader. And he see you in 9th, maybe 10th grade at our camp. And next thing you know, that guy might be at Nebraska. He remembers that kid. Every coach, they keep that database of kids that
Oh yeah,
they have.
Hey,
So
that's part of their job.
it's part of their job to keep
Hell
that
yeah.
database when they go somewhere else. They
That's
need
how
to
you
have
get other jobs. Yeah,
That's right. That's how you have other jobs. So, you know, I tell every parent, you know, and if you want to play in the South, you have a guy who does a lot of that 24/7 stuff in the South. Come to the SIP, come down here, man, and go to one of these mega camps we have. Bro, if you can play, you're gonna get on.
I love it.
All right, man.
I appreciate you, man.
bro.
You're doing God's work, and I appreciate you for that, bro.
All right, man. Y'all be blessed, bro.
Thank you, my man.
All right, man.
Marcus Dent, father of Isaiah Autry Dent, Oklahoma freshman, mega camp holder. Hey, he's helping people out, and this is so important. I was bringing that up, and I'm going to get out of here too. But Coach Top, thanks for coming on and talking about this. Sean Dream, thank you, all you guys. Kimberly K, I appreciate everybody showing up today. I mean, this is a long ass string we did today, but to be honest with you, I mean, there's a lot of this stuff that just these kids fall through the cracks, man, and a lot of times we're not thinking about the right things. We're not thinking about the right things as fans of these football programs. So worried about, do you get the 5-star, this, that. It's not all about that. You're going to tell me that these guys, some of these camp guys, they're not going to identify the talent the same way that one of these coaches will. Bill Bedenbow will. Listen, these 0-star athletes are only 0-star athletes because, I mean, I was bringing up Darian Holmes. I'll just bring this up again. And I've got another kid that Marcus is helping look at right now, getting no love. 2-time All-State guy. You know? Yeah, send it to me there. I'll pop on with you. 2-time All-Stater, about to win his 3rd state championship. Nobody. Makes no sense. He's 6'4", 220. Defensive end, gets a lot of sacks, been All-State kid. He's got the right size. What's the first thing that they say to him? What's wrong with him? It's because they don't know about him. Same thing they said about Darian Holmes. Darian had a 20-catch game. A 20-catch game. 20 touchdowns, 1,300 yards, 81 catches overall. One season that he started at San Antonio Warren. Nothing. Last minute, he got a JUCO, and it didn't work out for him at the JUCO. He just didn't want to be there. Big Mike's back.
Yeah, I'm on the struggle bus today, bro.
We're about to jump off. I've been on 4 hours now. 4 hours.
Yeah, for sure. No, I just wanted to get back on, man. Say I appreciate y'all, man. You boys having some technical difficulties. I might just take a nap, try to wake up and start over again because
get ready for the other show
today.
Right on. Well, don't forget you got Mike and Mike in the afternoon.
Yep. So, 2 o'clock here in about 20 minutes.
2 o'clock. Oh, well, there we go. Oh shit!
Yeah, Mike don't get up today.
We really have been going for a long ass time today.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. 4 hours strong. Oh, it always meant more at Oklahoma.
Yeah, y'all was going hard.
Hey man, we're talking about it's important stuff to talk about. These kids that, I mean, you know, not getting a chance. And I think you, Coach Top, for coming in here and talking about that and sharing a lot of that with us that you know about. So, you know, it is what it is. You got to get, it's going to be what it is, but thank you. I'm going to need hot tea for my voice. I got cold, sweet tea, but I'll probably go to, hey, Big Bo, thank you for coming in again, as always.
Yeah, bro.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see you over there on. Hey, make sure you guys check him out over on Sooner Legends live stream in about 20 minutes. I'll be over there in a little while. I'm gonna get some food and take this dog for a walk real quick.
I'm gonna do a little review of Vaughn Hemingway Stadium, Ole Miss in the Grove.
Ooh.
We'll do a little
You
stadium.
got some video to that?
What's that?
You got some video?
No, I ain't taking no video. I mean, we got a couple pictures or whatever, but yeah, that's cool. It's all good.
Right on.
All right, big dog. Later.
All right, man. Later, bro. Have a good one.
You too.
Mike Boganowski, the man. That's our guy. Appreciate him for coming in as always. Guys, I appreciate you guys for hanging with me as long. I did go into overdrive today. It's been a long day, but I love it. Man, you guys know I love this shit. I'd do it all damn day if I could. Hopefully someday. All right, guys. Thanks a lot for coming in. Make sure you get over there, check out The Legend, get over there and subscribe to those guys. If you're not already a subscriber to this program, we just hit our 4,000 subscriber in the last couple of weeks. We want to keep on moving to 5,000 next. So share the stream with people that you know like college football content. We'd appreciate that a lot. Appreciate all the folks that are always in here as usual. Welcome into the show, Coach Top. We appreciate you as well. Anybody that was in here today, thanks a lot. We'll see you all on the next one.